Good. Check 1, 2. Check, check, check.
You mute it back.
Meeting to order, and we will begin with the curriculum and policy. And we have a presentation about cell phone free schools from Mr. Castron from Youngers. Good morning.
Quick introductions. My name's Isaac Castron, like was said. I work with a company called Yonder. We create phone-free schools. I work with states, districts, and schools all in the Mid-Atlantic. In North Carolina right now, the interest has been significant, so I'm spending a week here traveling in your area to Raleigh, perhaps to Charlotte if I'm able to get some meetings. But yeah, I'm going to give a presentation about our program. I'm going to start with where we came from, why schools, states, and countries have found us so needed, kind of give an overview of what our program looks like, and then finish with the benefits that our school partners have seen, along with the video kind of highlighting that. So to start with, we've been creating phone-free schools since 2014. We began in the Bay Area, where individuals who were creating cell phones and social medias recognized that while these things had benefits, they were a little concerned about students having access to them 24/7. Following our creation in 2014 and the efforts of district leaders, schools, and legislators, we're now used in around 22 countries by about 1 million students every day. So despite starting in 2014, researchers were actually seeing the damaging side effects of cell phones and social media in 2007. So Dr. Jean Twenge was one of the first to write about it in her book, Are Smartphones Destroying a Generation? And she found that any student or child who have access to a cell phone or social media were seeing certain damaging effects. They were sleeping less, spending less time with friends, they were more anxious, and more likely to feel lonely. Just to reiterate this one, certain students or low-achieving students, these were all students who had access to cell phones. So when it's come to the drive of creating phone-free schools, there have been two significant issues that have really driven the movement: mental health and academic performance. One critical issue that kind of branches both sides of the equation is talked about by Adrian Ward when he coined the term brain drain in reference to a student's access to phones and how it affected their ability to concentrate. So just to quickly read from this, so the mere presence of smartphones diminish the attention resources for engaging with the task at hand. So defined and protected periods of separation from a device is recommended to reduce interruptions and to increase available cognitive capacity. Now to kind of put that in a metaphor that I think is a little easier to use, students and individuals can be sitting in a room just like this, and there's a doorway behind us. Now outside that doorway is a world where you can access anything you've ever wanted to. And it's very easy to get to. You just have to walk out the door. Now we understand that we need to stay here and concentrate and focus, but the mere presence of that opportunity creates us having the willpower to stay in our seats. And so individuals like this would argue if you're able to put a door or a physical barrier that just doesn't allow us to access it beyond our own willpower, allows us to focus, increase our mental health capacity, and increase academic performance. In the UK, there is legislation that has banned phones in schools, so they've had time to do a little more research than the US has right now, although that's changing, which I'll talk about in a second. And so they found that after a ban on phones in high schools, students in the lowest quartile improved by 14.23% of standard deviation. And so this is highlighting that all students benefit from an area where phones are banned or they're unable to access them, but the lowest quartile benefits the most. They kind of all, a rising tide lifts all ships. Now a different example that's not written on here but is coming from one of our partners is an anecdotal example. A school called La Vega in a Houston school district piloted the Yonder program for 1 year. After the year, they saw some significant results. Test scores, English 1, English 2 pass rates doubled, their biology rates tripled, and their US history pass rate went up 5-fold. And so this is one of the more significant findings of a school in the same district, so the same students attending the same buildings, but the one school that was able to effectively create a cell phone policy saw the biggest leap in test scores in a 1-year period.
What was the name of that school?
La Vega.
Lavega?
Exactly, yep, phonetic. So outside of districts, there are individuals who are taking legislative action. Quickly up here, the UK, the Netherlands, France, Australia, Canada, Israel, and then the states, California, Florida, have all passed bills. Two major countries that we've supported in this are Australia and New Zealand. So both of those countries passed laws that said schools had to ban phones, but they didn't create a mechanism to make that effective. The Yonder program was in place to support those schools that were phone free, so they said they had to be phone free, but they had a really hard time enforcing their policy. It's a big part of where the Yonder program developed in our work in Australia and New Zealand. In the US, public officials are also seeing it. One thing just to highlight, the US Surgeon General, after a UNESCO report, now warns that social media could or may harm children and adolescents. And then there's quite a few other examples that are becoming really prevalent. Last July, Florida banned phones in schools. Last Wednesday, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine mandated that all schools create more cell phone policies, or more restrictive cell phone policies. Utah has banned phones, and the governor of Connecticut has tweeted about needing to create more restrictive on cell phones in particular, primarily because of the damaging side effects they've seen. All these states and almost all these schools, about 80% of schools, had a cell phone policy already, but the state legislation recognized that we need to take one more step and kind of take it out of their hands. Another example, the Senator Tom Cotton and Steve Kaine have created a bipartisan bill in the Senate to do more research on phone-free schools and put money aside to create some of those spaces. So those are all the problems and what people are doing, but now I just want to highlight what our solution is and why it's effective in this space. So Yonder's created a patented pouch and an unlocking base that allows students to maintain possession of their phones, but they can't access it. To quickly show, as a student would walk in the door, they'd have their pouch and their phone. They can slide it in and they can push this little button, locking it really quickly. It's identified to the student either with a number or a name card, high level of accountability, and then they can maintain possession of their phone, but they can't access it. One issue that a lot of schools and districts see is that to create a cell phone policy, you have to ask the teacher to be the cell phone police. This can be incredibly damaging to relationships. It makes the teachers kind of the villain in this aspect, and it's unsustainable. There's a lot of fatigue created. When the Yonder pouch is used, it condenses all of that into the beginning of the day, takes it out of the classroom, and allows teachers more time to teach. So outside of the pouch, Yonder is a program. We don't give you something and say good luck. We use the last 10 years of learning to show you the best ways to move forward. This is kind of just the day-to-day. So the Yonder program includes a lot of things other than the pouch. It includes administrative training, student policy templates, implementation planning. We work to engage stakeholders and help a district create a campaign that makes it as easy as possible to inform parents, starting with a parent letter, a student policy procedures template. We give a staff presentation, and we also have the logistical understanding of how to enter and exit the building quickly without affecting current logistics. On top of that, we're in partnership with all districts we work with, and we're always offering customer support as long as they're using our program. That partnership means we always want to see, is our program working, and can we change things to make it more effective? We survey our partners every year, and last year we came back with these results. So to read, 84% of the schools who are using Yonder saw a change in student engagement, 72% saw a positive change in student behavior, and 68% saw a positive change in academic performance. To read from the bottom is one of the biggest anecdotal instances we've seen from schools who start using our program. It's not the classroom specifically, but those outside and around times, the lunchrooms, the hallways, in this case the schoolyard, where individuals have that time to be alone, make their own choices, and currently a lot just choose to be on their phone. When that opportunity is taken away, those spaces become much louder, interaction increases. Our program specialist teams who are on site with a lot of our school partners described it as more rambunctious on those days. The last thing though, and I kind of alluded to this earlier, is we really want to take this issue out of the teacher's hands as much as possible and give them time back. You can read this stat right here, but another anecdotal story I want to tell comes from the school district of Akron in Ohio. We piloted our program about a year ago in 4 of their 15 schools for the last 3 months of the school year. After those 3 months, the teachers in those 4 schools had to rewrite curriculum because of the amount of time they got back in the day. Over the years of having a loose or vague cell phone policy, the teachers had slowly lost more and more time in the beginning, and at the end when they asked students to put them away, and then perhaps just gave up at the end and let students have their own time. So it was a pretty interesting thing. It made the district kind of reassess what they had to do on the day-to-day, and it encouraged Akron to just now use Yonder in all of its public schools moving forward. These are just two more kind of examples from Philadelphia and Australia talking about the interaction students are seeing, gaining time back. It's another interesting part that I can talk about here is the student feedback we get. Before we start using Yonder in schools, we ask them sometimes to do surveys to see what the students' opinions would be. A lot of the time we see students having an understanding that there is some sort of issue involved with cell phones and perhaps stronger restrictions are necessary. The flip comes when they don't want to give up their own cell phones and they don't think their own cell phone use is the problem. So interesting disconnect there. But after about 2 weeks or 20 days, I should say, usually the time it takes to change a habit, surveying a student population shows very interesting results. They then recognize the power that cell phones and social media had on them and their inability to keep it in their pocket, or at least the amount of times they were thinking about using it in the day was very significant. And we hear a lot of this relaxation and kind of enjoyment of their time back in schools. One last example from a school partner, Stanhope Elmore High School. To reiterate, this is a high school that had a cell phone policy that said phones should be off and away for the entire day. They can come out if a teacher gives their permission. They didn't want to take the first step in this case. They wanted to take the next step and just create the best possible school environment for their students. Just to quickly read from the differences they saw disruptions drop by over 50%, fighting, same, inappropriate use of cell phones, about 20% or significant, and then skipping class also lower. Can you play that for me? So really quick, I just want to, I've talked about Yonder, what it looks like, feels like, but it is important to show you what it looks like and feels like from a school's perspective.
When I first heard about it, I was really happy. I was really supportive. Last year they were all on their phones, there was no participation, it seemed like there were no friendships building, and it was just very dead and not a good vibe.
It was a growing concern over the past few years, and while we want to teach students the appropriate use of technology, we also want to make sure that students are engaged in learning. And that distraction, that addiction to a cell phone just became so strong that we as a district look to see what we could do to help alleviate it.
If we have to work on projects in a class with people that I might have not known before, I feel a lot more confident going into working with someone that I didn't know, because at least I know that they're gonna be present instead of off on their phone.
The Yonder pouches have been a successful addition to our school environment. Our students are more engaged in the classroom, they're more engaged with each other.
It's living without something that I don't need, but I like to have.
The kids are really responsive, they're engaged, they're communicating, you see their faces, they're smiling, they're interacting with each other. So it's been a really good experience.
It's not flawless, and its implementation wasn't exactly what I expected in a bad way. But I think of all the things they could have done, this is probably the best way to do it.
It's helping us learn better skills of communication and how to act appropriately in the workplace and in life in general.
Not only is it about being present and engaging, but it's about what's to come down the road. Report card grades and graduation rate, eliminating this distraction and creating more opportunities to foster learning for every student every day.
So yeah, just a brief video kind of taking into account all the stakeholders of that district. And that's kind of the end of what I had to share, but happy to answer questions or concerns.
Isaac, what was the name of the school district in Akron? Do you know?
Just Akron Public
Just
Schools.
Akron Public
Yeah.
Schools?
Yesterday, we received, I think Steve sent it to us, a piece of research or an article with some research on, and maybe you sent it to him, I don't know. It basically said the most effective way to solve this problem is not let them bring them into class. And then the second best way was a central location that they would go in the classroom. And the least effective was them keeping the phone with them.
Yeah.
Which is what you're advocating.
Yes, that article was written kind of without their understanding of the possibility of a lockable pouch. Kind of reading in that article, he's highlighting that giving them access to their phones, allowing them to, basically asking them to have the willpower to keep it in their pocket was the most difficult thing. So I think this was written a long time ago. If they had a lockable pouch where the students can't access their phone, that would kind of provide the same benefit as the
The thing that bothers me most with my phone that interrupts my concentration, which is easily done, is the pinging or some kind of notice that hits the phone, and you stop what you're doing kind of and
Yeah.
notice that. Does this pouch prevent that?
It dampens those effects certainly, but I think that also kind of talks to the program element of Yonder and working with schools to kind of work on a policy that has those phones being off and away. Just kind of a verbal reminder we found to be very effective. We've also, after talking with students, heard that a pinging or dinging in their pocket when they can't access it is even more frustrating. And so they're very happy to turn their phones off, put them on airplane mode when they're going to be putting in a locked pouch.
Yeah, I think with the research you're talking about, I mean, this pouch is sort of a middle ground of trying to avoid the power struggle that a teacher can find themselves in when a kid has their phone and it's pinging or ringing or whatever, and then the teacher has to ask for it to confiscate it, and you run into this back and forth.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, no teaching is happening.
Well, what I would worry about if the teacher was collecting them some way is somebody losing a $700 phone.
Right.
Exactly.
And the teacher
We've heard
getting blamed for that.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
And teachers would still have to enforce this policy, like if they have a student in their class that didn't put their phone in the pouch,
That's exactly correct. The
there's
difference
still an
is,
enforcement action on the teacher's behalf.
yeah, the difference is when the phones are supposed to be off and away, it's kind of a gray area, and so it's tough to know what off and away means. Like, what if my mom texts me? What if I'm checking the time? Things like that. Yonder just helps create those really clear boundaries, and it makes it easier for teachers to understand who's being non-compliant.
One of the things about that I learned in reading about this brain drain phenomenon is there's only a certain amount of focal capacity that anyone has in their brain.
Exactly, yep.
And so if you are trying to focus your attention on what the teacher is saying, but you have a phone that you know you have access to, but you're not supposed to access. So this even is an issue for the compliance students who are trying to do their best. They have to allocate a certain amount of that focal capacity to resist
Yep.
the phone. When they don't have access to the phone, which is what the Yonder pouch
Exactly, yep.
gives, then the focus that they're using to not, to resist the temptation to access the phone is now directed towards the teacher, which is where you get the improvement
Exactly.
in academic outcomes.
Exactly, yep.
Or at least is the direct, where you get the direct impact on academic outcomes. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct, yeah. And just kind of build off that point, the researchers have recently, starting with Gene Twangy, Adrian Ward, most recently Jonathan Hyatt in his book, Anxious Generation, he's not saying that certain low-performing students are affected by phones. All students are affected by phones. And then the high-performing ones have to still use the willpower that I think Steve's talking about here, and so they're still affected on some certain level, and so there's this performance issue, like, are we performing at their best? Are they always distracted by their phones? It's really hard. Well, we know actually from Adrian Ward, from Jonathan Hyatt, and from Gene Twangy.
If a school district decides to implement a pilot program, what is the lead time that is needed to implement that at the beginning of a school year?
I'd say minimum amount of time is about 4 to 6 weeks. Things we just want to kind of build in.
Where is it best?
6 weeks. 6 weeks, yep.
Okay.
8 weeks. Let's go 7 weeks, right in the middle. Things we want to do: have enough time to communicate with district or with building admin, build in our best practices, learn about them, kind of the relationship building, so we're most in our space to support them. We don't need it to be too long and have the momentum kind of fall away. So kind of over the summer course, like right around now, if a school started in early or mid-August, would be kind of a great time to kind of begin the conversation, start building out those schools' best practices and procedures using what we've learned, and then schedule things like a staff presentation, start sending parent communications home, just so everyone's informed when the school year starts.
What's the lifetime of the pouch?
That's also a great question. So This pouch is 2 years old, and it's held up really well for the last 2 years. We predict it to be at least 4 years, about the year about 9th through 12th grade.
And the cost to implement a program?
Yeah, so the cost is a per student cost, and it's $25 per student.
And that includes all implementation costs?
Exactly, so that's a program cost. So that is one pouch for every student. It's the accessories you need to make this successful. But the most commonly asked one are the unlocking bases. These, a school would get one for every 40 students in the building. We also include things like medical pouches, which are for students who have usually diabetes, but it can be any medical need to access their phone with the doctor's note. It's really just a Velcro pouch. However, it does maintain that tier 1 intervention. It looks just like this, but there's a Velcro pad right here. Schools would need a higher level of trust with those students. They're usually great with that. And then other things that cost includes, the program support. So I've kind of talked about this a bunch, but it starts with working with admins to build out a procedure and best policies that we found to be effective. Then moving to stakeholder engagement. So a parent letter, student policy, scheduling that staff presentation, scheduling a student presentation, and then kind of doing either virtual or on-site logistical support. Where do these need to be placed? How many? What to expect day 1 and day 2? Ongoing questions, troubleshooting questions, things like that. So that's all included in that.
So you manually lock it?
Correct.
You don't
yep.
have to have the magnet to
That's
lock
exactly correct. Yep. So you don't need an accessory to close it. Excuse me. You simply can walk in, push the button. It's now locked or closed.
it? Okay. So there's no impact on on the beginning of the day?
Correct. Yep.
I mean, I'm assuming there's or very minimal impact.
Very minimal. Yeah. You kind of saw in that video. They're kind of just walking by in kind of a free-flowing pattern, locking as they go. We work with building admin to kind of build out how we recommend it, and specific logistics can change. I think most concerns usually come from a dismissal point. I don't know if that is one, but we also work with comedy and events up to 30,000 people, really big concerts, things like that. I think Beyonce, someone who uses Yonder, people. So we have really good understanding of how to get a lot of people out of a building very quickly. And interestingly, we found a lot of schools find dismissal accelerated because students are so motivated to get their phones back. So,
What is the base cost for additional bases?
$100 per base.
Can I hold the pouch for a second?
Yeah.
So you said $25
It's
per
open right now.
student. If I want to buy a pouch, if I just want to buy that pouch today, how much does that pouch cost?
The pouch is $30.
It's 30.
Yep.
So how is it 25 per student?
So we're working with schools and districts, so we're trying to create the lowest entry cost possible, and there's also a volume basically built into that. But then as the volume kind of decreases with maybe a la carte purchasing, that price goes up.
And the $25, I just want to understand this. The $25 is the cost of the pouches and implementation.
Correct. Yep.
And then the following year, you have, you got 800 students.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, you need to be able to
The following year, you're going to have 800 students again.
This is not a pro.
How many cell phones are you going to have to? How many pouches are you going to have to replace to ramp back up for the next year?
Well, the goal is to make those pouches as reusable as possible.
Yeah, but you're going to lose them. They're going to get
so if you lose
damaged.
10%, yeah, probably
10%?
15%, 10 to 15%, yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of the average. We do recommend, because the initial cost is cheaper, to buy about that 15% buffer.
So the next year, you're only incurring 10% of the cost of the rollout. Actually, less than that.
Yes, yes.
So the cost per student is drastically decreasing.
Correct.
Each year.
Correct, exactly, yeah.
Because you have some costs that you're able to carry forward.
Exactly, yep.
You have a lot of costs that you're able to carry forward.
Exactly, yeah. That's really our goal, to make this as reusable as possible, so it's as sustainable as possible.
So you would come this next year and retrain that group of teachers?
We would if necessary, yeah, that's kind of part of the ongoing support.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I don't doubt it's very needed. I mean, the average person touches their phone 2,600 times a day. Our attention spans are supposed to be at about 12, and now they're around 9, and the goldfish's attention span is 8 seconds.
We're getting close.
So we're getting close to the goldfish.
Yeah.
So there's no doubt it is needed, and it is an addiction. That is for sure.
Yes.
So the biggest problem you're probably going to have is initial implementation.
Exactly.
Because they're going to have withdrawals. I mean, I'm not kidding. You look at adults that have problems with cell phones.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's... But it is all
I don't know
about
how you unlock it.
I mean, it's amazing the studies that,
Wait, just push it?
prove
So-
what you're saying.
You're
So
exactly correct.
the exits, they're put at each exit, say throughout the school,
Exactly, yep.
and you find that it's pretty quick to
Yeah, we
get the
recommend
kids out.
about one for every 100 students walking out of the door to kind of maintain that good flow. But the exact number, it depends. Are you having a stairway enter it? Is there already a bottleneck occurring? Things like that. We want to take a few things into account. Would you prefer them to be outside or inside? With a state with good weather, you could probably put them outside, but as we work with more northern states, we want them more inside. So a lot of things to take into account there.
And just for anybody that might be watching this who has a child that has a medical need that requires a phone app or notification, for example, a child with type 1 diabetes that has sort of a numbers tracker for their glucose. I mean, we would have to have special circumstances that allow those children to have access to their phones.
Exactly.
So that would fit within our policy. It would just be that there would have to be a 504 plan or a health plan that made it clear that they had that requirement.
You said that includes the Velcro.
It includes a Velcro pouch, looks just like that, but it's Velcro for those exact purposes. Yeah.
You find that kids don't lock them going in?
Don't what?
Initially, they don't lock them going in. I mean, it's a self-locking thing.
It
going
is self-locking. We build in some procedures to make it pretty likely they build it in. So like you can start with kind of an arrival process. You can have a secondary check later on. Interestingly, no, we predict about 5 to 10% of students are non-compliant in the first 2 days, and that number is actually drastically decreased as we work on our messaging. Messaging is probably the biggest part, biggest thing. Creating and messaging effective disciplinary policies if they don't lock it, things like that.
I mean, I would say like most things, whether it be kids or adults, the majority of people, once the rule is set and they understand the reason for having the rule, they're going to follow it. And then there's going to be a certain percentage that are not. And, and we're going to have to deal with those, which we would have to deal with them anyway. So.
Yeah, I think going along with what Dale is saying, probably most of our students are abiding by the policy we currently have. It's off and away. Same thing, you spoke about it. The advantage that this brings is in eliminating or decreasing the brain drain phenomenon and allowing for more focused learning in the classroom, more engagement in the classroom. And an interesting thing I was thinking about in doing some of the reading I've done on this is this notion of, and we have the impacts on behaviors.
Yep.
And one of the things, since I've been a long time since I was in school, this idea that kids use phones to plan fights and to plan certain behaviors that take place at school that we don't want to see. And there's nothing about our policy now that prevents that.
Right.
And this would prevent that.
Right.
Because they don't have access to it. And they can't, hey, meet me at, we're going to jump so-and-so, or whatever the action what the policy might be. And so, to the extent that you can eliminate even a handful of those types of situations in the course of a semester at a given school, you almost have to say the thing is worth it from that standpoint if it's a $25 a child cost on the initial year. And I would really like to see if you could provide us with what that cost is over a 3-year period based on your statistics on the replacement rate of the phones. Because I'm sure you've got school systems that have used it for 3 or 4 years, and you can cost out that because it sounds to me like the cost over 3 or 4 years is probably going to get down into the $16 or $17 per student.
Well, I think probably get lower than that, but yeah.
Well, I think it might get lower than that, but I'm just saying it at least ought to drop down to that.
Yep.
So, and at that point, cost is really not, assuming that the benefits that you're touting are delivered, and it sounds like based on your track record that they are, then cost is eliminated as an issue at that point.
No, certainly, yeah. And just to kind of build off that again, like I've kind of alluded to, we don't work with schools who are necessarily creating their first cell phone policy ever. Almost all schools have a cell phone policy, often a way variations of that. And kind of like I mentioned with Stan Hope, they're not taking their first step, they're taking their next step, recognizing that we just want to make our policy effective, work, and doing it for the betterment of our students.
Very good.
So if you piloted, do you typically see a problem more in the middle school or the high school, or is there no difference?
Believe it or not, no difference. It's maybe, we haven't distinguished difference yet. There might be, but it might be more of like
So slight.
Yeah, so slight, yeah. I'd say both. Both are areas where there's a need for something like this.
Okay, and so one other question. In the video, there were no parental feedbacks.
Yeah.
So what do you see as far as that? Because, I mean...
So I think that, once again, is changing right now. I think a year or a couple years ago, we get a lot of parent pushback. But we're seeing more and more districts kind of put this out publicly saying, hey, we're doing something about phones, here's why we're doing it. And they come pretty hard with the research to start with, but the parent reactions are getting more and more positive. But I'd say on average, when a district announces something like this, you get a few vocal parents saying, hey, I have a problem. It's almost always coming at a misconception of what you're actually doing and why you're doing it. And so that's why we kind of want to give that 7 to 6 week lead time to engage those parents if possible and just say, hey, I understand your concern. We're actually not doing exactly what you think we're doing. We're really just continuing our current school policy, and we're going to use this tool to make it effective. After schools and districts start using our program, the parent concerns drop off significantly. I don't think we've ever had long-term parent issues, especially after the first 2 weeks, and the benefits become really clear. It's 20 days, first 20 days.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
Thanks a lot, Isaac.
Of course.
Okay, we have Ms. Richardson with individual class size overage.
Good morning. We're going to be super quick. So by law, I am responsible for letting you know if we ever have a class size overage. So we had one temporarily from about February to April this year at Lincoln Elementary. It has been corrected, but I still have to let you know. I'm letting you know. It has been corrected. We are now in class size compliance, and we have met the class size law.
How was that discovered, Amanda?
It was discovered during the spring legislative class size reporting cycle. And so as soon as it was discovered, we notified the principal and it was corrected immediately.
So how was it corrected?
The student was moved to a different class.
So it's one student?
Yes.
Okay.
It was over by one.
So was it a new student caused that overage?
So there was, if you look at the history of that particular class, there were students that were moving in and out. A student was moved there because it was the right decision for the student to be with that particular teacher. But as a result of that student being moved in and then another student that enrolled in that class, it put them over. But so that student was left in the class, but the other student or another student was moved out to make it balance.
All right. Any question? All right. Thank you.
Now back to testing.
Yes. Have fun with that. All right, Ms. Quinlan.
Good morning.
Morning.
So our first item is going to be an update on our Path School Health Program. Not too long ago, I had presented the information about us being able to enter into a collaborative effort to support telehealth for students in some of our schools. And so today we're going to, maybe, I hit the right button, go through the update. And so with that, what we are able to provide is school-based health options. And through the Pender Alliance of Total Health and the Coastal Center for Rural Health and Coastal Horizons, we are able to provide health supports, which I'm going to go through and talk a little bit about what that entails for all of those schools that you see. So our pilot school sites will be Supply Elementary, Cedar Grove, West Brunswick High School, and Charlotte. The way that we determine which schools would be those pilot schools is based on our school-based data in conjunction with the criteria for PATH. And Tori, I want to, if you can hit that link, I want to show you a short snippet of what
This-
school health looks like.
Is magnetic slime. It actually eats magnets.
Yes.
That looks fun.
There we go.
Stay on that.
All right, so here is a sample.
Hi, Meredith. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Healthy Schools is a school-based telehealth program that makes it possible for kids, as well as faculty and staff, to receive healthcare services where they spend most of their time at school.
Yeah, I've got Luke here. He's not feeling so good today.
We have really good healthcare providers in our community. We just don't have enough of them. And so while they do wonderful work, they might not have enough slots in their schedule.
She didn't know what I said.
Kids who would otherwise not receive any care have access to care.
Take it easy.
It doesn't require the kid to be out of class, because they can sit in class and wait for the prescription just like they could be sitting at CVS and wait for it. So we're able to get the teaching done at the same time with making sure that their health needs are taken care of.
I started school nursing itself 19 years ago, so 19 years ago I would never have thought that we would be doing it quite this way. Oh, the kids love it. They're like, oh, this is cool, I can't wait to do that, or that's so neat, especially if they get to see inside their ear, things like that. It's like, wow, I didn't know that. So they really like that. Okay, Luke, you're gonna have to pack up and go home. Go straight positive, and we'll let Mom know to come get you, okay?
It's inexpensive, it's easy, it's a no-brainer in a lot of ways. And I would like to see Healthy Schools available to every kid in every school, at least in North Carolina, if not all over the country.
Thanks, Meredith.
So I thought it was important to show you just a little bit of a snippet of what that looked like, because it's easier to understand it when you see it in action. And so really what that does is it provides a healthcare option for our students so they can have more immediate access to whatever it is that they need on that school campus. The overall goal is to really improve their attendance and reduce their time away from school.
So it's basically like an urgent care
Yes.
in the school, so that they don't
Absolutely.
have to be absent for the day to go to urgent care.
Absolutely. It's twofold, which I'll talk a little bit more about. And Troy, for some reason, the little friend's not working. There we go. So really, the Center for Rural Health, which is part of the agreement with PATH, is based out of Western North Carolina. Their goal is to improve access to health care. It does serve those rural communities since 2011, so they have had a long-term reputation for serving those rural areas. There are some videos embedded within the presentation. There are quite a many, so you would have some access points to go back. I won't show all of those today, but I know on your own time you'll be able to review that additional information. So the services offered can be telehealth, annual physicals, kindergarten physicals, health and vision screening, chronic condition management, sick visits, mental and behavioral health. There are a variety of opportunities in the health realm that they are able to remedy. I think what's important to note, though, because one of the caveats was sometimes the service providers in the community are like, well, you're trying to replace us. No, they're not trying to replace the primary physicians, but you have multiple issues. You have kids who some don't have primary physicians, and then you have some that just need urgent care. So this organization is able to provide both services. One of the things that it's important to note is they do collaborate with primary providers for those children who have access to primary providers in the community. So they are able to communicate with them if the child has an urgent care, a sick visit, and so forth at school. They can communicate that back to the primary provider. So it doesn't replace our primary providers in our community, but it helps support them and support our students. So it's able to serve in a variety of purposes depending on what that student's need is.
Would we have all of the tech involved? So like I've seen programs like this implemented before where they like half do it. So you have the telehealth thing, but you know they had all of the instruments and the cameras. And like, would we have all of that?
Yes.
Because when it's half implemented with just the telehealth part without the assessment, it's not as effective.
Yeah. As we move down through the slide, I'm going to show you the equipment.
Okay.
So what they offer, the different services that they offer would be like, for example, a lot of children have sinus, common allergies, sore throats, ear infections, flu, As you see, a lot of variety of the things, pink eye even. There are tests that are going to be in the nursing centers. For example, a strep test, the influenza test, the COVID test, and even down to urinary tract infection assessments. So the nurses will have the equipment on site to do all of the necessary assessments in conjunction with a teleprovider. In addition, they also partner with Coastal Horizons, so it adds mental health services as well for those children who need mental health. The positive is we also have that collaboration with Coastal Horizons for mental health services and day treatment services in our district. So this is just an additional means of supporting students who are having an emotional behavioral health condition that need that support. Helps reduce, again, that time away from school by having more immediate access to that physical health care and that mental health care. The wonderful thing about this, the additional wonderful thing is parents don't have to take time off work. They will collaborate with individuals on site. Staff don't have to miss work for minor illnesses because staff can also access this service as well. So say you're in one of these school locations, you're a teacher or a teacher assistant or someone in the cafeteria or custodian, any individual that is working in our school system as an employee has ability to access immediate urgent care if they need to on site. Which again, our hope is to again improve staff attendance as well, because when teachers are in classrooms, kids are learning. They are able to access that right at school in that nurse's station. They can make an appointment, but it's not necessary. The mental health counseling is available while children are at school. They are able to bill private insurance, Medicaid, and for those that are uninsured, they are on a generous sliding scale. We don't handle we don't handle any of that. The agency handles all of that with the family. So that is not something that would be our responsibility. It's easy to enroll. There are forms that they will complete in order to access those services and provide those medical permissions and HIPAA and all of that kind of good stuff. And so this is what the equipment looks like, and there is that video very specifically so you can kind of take a deep dive into what it looks like and how it is used. But there is a remote, like an iPad, and then those things, the cameras that look at your throat, look in your ears, and provide that feedback to the medical provider on the other end. So all of the equipment that is necessary for the exam is going to be provided at the nurses' stations. And they will be receiving training as well. The other important information is the provider contacts the parent after the visit. That's something that the provider does with the family. Prescription medications go to the child's usual pharmacy, and the visit notes can go to the primary care provider if one exists. That is part of that collaboration. Again, they handle all of the insurance billing, the sliding scale, and things like that if need be. Money is not exchanged. Our nurses don't handle anything. Really, the only thing our nurses handle is that facilitation between that telehealth provider and managing the equipment in order to get through that visit. If the child doesn't have a fever and is not diagnosed with a condition, it allows them to return to their regular school day. There are additional resources and links that are provided, so you'll be able to take, again, that deeper dive into what this looks like. We've been looking at it for quite some time, so it's more familiar to us, but if it's more unfamiliar, then there are some additional information that we have there. And so what's happening now? Our school nurses, all of them, have received a path overview. Our participating nurses have attended a mock site visit in Pender County with one of the schools that is utilizing that health-based center. They came back very, very excited, which is always nice to have that positive input. Dr. Burnett is going to be working with us to help with that public information and getting that information out to our families in the community and providing that awareness. We've already started having those conversations about rollout. And our PATH agency is in the process of ordering that medical equipment through TytoCare, which is in the presentation. And then we have a training plan that's in process in order to help train our staff in order to implement the health-based center. And our collaborating partners through PATH are Sandy Rowe and Kim Collins. They are an amazing group of individuals who are very passionate about school health and ensuring that children stay in school. Ms. Collins herself is a retired school nurse, so she is well versed in the operations of school. They were unable to be here today due to other obligations, but do send their best and are very excited about this opportunity with us. What kinds of questions?
What's the Coastal Horizons? I mean, we've got a memorandum of understanding with Coastal Horizons. They provide mental health services. And then I see that how does that work with this program?
So
Or is this completely outside of it?
Well, we all work together, and I think one of the most important things I can say is that person who works with a lot of our community providers is all of us have to work together. Even our Novant partners who also provide that mental health support. We do connect all of our providers in regular meetings where we meet together because we want to make sure that everybody's not duplicating efforts necessarily. And so one of the things that we will work through for Coastal Horizons is the difference between our school-based services, which are those referrals that we make, part of our IST processes, 504 processes, special education meetings. Day treatment is a separate entity, so we have an MOU for day treatment, which is separate. Those children that participate in that program participate under a different program with Coastal Horizons. We also have a school-based mental health program through Coastal Horizons. So specific targeted students that are in need of that support, whether it's through IST, 504 EC plans, can receive school-based counseling with the purpose of being able to access their educational program. So with the school health program, we do have additional children who also need those mental health supports and counseling supports. So we will be working with that vendor to figure out how that process will work more effectively. We're in the planning phases with that because we know that we do have existing contracts and MOUs with that agency as well.
Mr. Gainey, we've talked about multi-tiered systems of support and working on providing wraparound supports to our students based on their need, and how that sort of mimics the medical field and how they decide what services and supports that patients get, whether it's tier 1 core services that everybody gets, and then tier 2 and tier 3. And this is just another part, one of the pieces of the pie of the wraparound services that we did not have a part in was the physical health, beyond what our nurses were allowed to do. So trying to keep our kids and our staff, for that matter, in school. I mean, one of the things is when they feel a little sick, the first choice may be checking them out of school and taking them away for the day. It hurts their learning and therefore hurts our test scores. So if we have an option that allows them to get assessed at school without leaving, we have a better chance of keeping them in school. So part of it.
What would be the second phase as far as piloting these 4? What's the second phase?
Our goal is always expansion. And we've already started talking about what expansion looks like. Our vendor or provider is in the process again of continuing to write grants because a lot of these programs are grant-based. Because we are a rural community, we do have good opportunity with grants in order to provide those services. And when we look at our collective county data, it does show that there is that strong need for all of those supports for our children. So that is really the next phase, is starting with that pilot, getting those schools up and running successfully, and then being able to mirror and mimic that in those other school locations to expand that opportunity. Very similarly to what we've been able to do with Novant through our telehealth program and our crisis intervention program. We've been able to, we started with those 5 middle school sites, and then we increased to 10 sites, and then we were able to increase to the whole entire district. Even within that program, it's not just a crisis intervention program anymore, but they provide bridge services for our students who are waiting on a mental health provider. So when they see a child that's in crisis who doesn't have a provider, they're providing up to 5 to 6 visits until that child can get into outpatient services. So we've been able to really work to keep our children in school and keep them assessed as well through the provision of those services and through the expansion of those services, which has been a really exciting opportunity for our students and our families.
So the cost is covered by a grant for this?
Currently the cost, yes. So for Novant, it's grant covered. That's through the Duke Endowment Project. We are currently working on a sustainability plan for that particular health effort, and we have been able to make some really good progress in that. As far as they've been able to expand the Medicaid billing, 92% of the children that they serve through that program are children that have been Medicaid eligible. So we've done a lot of work in that arena. For the PATH program, there is a rental cost for the equipment. The PATH program will cover 2 of the school sites, and then we'll cover 2. It's that $5,000 for the year, so the first year will be that $10,000 startup for the rental coverage. They are in the process of writing additional grants to work to cover all of that, but that is our startup for our health program.
And that's for all the schools? It'll be in all the schools?
The goal is to write the grant for all the schools to be able to have that. Currently they have enough to pilot the 4 sites. With them paying for 2 of the equipment rentals and then us supporting 2 of the equipment rentals. With the goal with them.
So it'll be 4 sites.
Yes,
so what sites are those good? Did you say what they were?
Yes,
you already did the first. This first slide. I got it. I got it. Okay.
No, that's okay. It's a lot of information.
No, that's okay.
Supply,
Shallotte
Cedar Grove, West, and Shallotte. Those are those schools in our district that are more rural. And we looked at staff attendance, student attendance, safety assessments, school performance grades and things like that, in addition to the criteria that PATH is required to meet through the Center for Rural Health. And so the culmination of all of that data drilled down into those being the optimal sites. And again, the nurses were very excited. Some of the principal feedback has been nice as well. So we're looking forward to working on this project together with our community partners.
And you said the parents enroll in this on the front side.
They do.
And they're contacted after the assessment or visit. What role do they have before the visit?
So it's really up to the parent preferences. The way that they have described this to us is for children that enroll in the program, if they're already enrolled, then they can come to the nurse's station with that parent permission and be seen. Parents also may say, call me first. So they're just going to need to work with those families and help with that streamline that contact to make sure that we are working collaboratively, because we do want our parents to be informed. And sometimes parents are like, I'm at work, if they come up with a sore throat, go ahead and take care of that. You've got my parent permission, and some will say.
Is that parent permission going to be rolled over year to year?
That's a good question. I can ask our partners. Typically with enrollment, my experiences with enrollment with our partners is those are year-to-year enrollments. Just like when you go to the doctor's office, you update your paperwork. I think most of that aligns with HIPAA regulations and so forth. But that is a good question that we can ask more information about. We're still, some of it's going to be learning as we go, but we do have really good partners who help us with those details.
Next.
Okay, and so the next, we're going to go through a series of our MOUs and contracts for special education and student services. The first one is our Communities and Schools Memorandum. Mr. Gainey, you had an inquiry yesterday more specifically about the provision of the services that Communities and Schools provides. You should see in your inbox a board presentation that occurred, I believe, October of 2022, that outlines the Restore program. So with Communities and Schools, with restorative practices, it's twofold. So for K-8, there is a basic intervention that they use, and the purpose of really restoring relationships. And it's about helping children understand how to solve and resolve interpersonal conflicts that they may have with peers or staff. It's helping them use proactive strategies to be able to communicate. And when they don't communicate effectively, how can we go back and help them learn to communicate effectively? Using those really character-centered teachings to help children learn proactive strategies for interacting with others. That is what restorative circles and restorative practices is about, is helping children restore and resolve. A handful of years ago, which is a couple of years ago, Communities and Schools also utilizes Restore, which you'll see in that presentation, as a means of diversion program, for which is an alternative to what used to be our peer court. And so for our children that are having those minor offenses or misdemeanor offenses, it is an opportunity for them to, well, one, they're going to have their disciplinary consequence in school based on their offense, but it's another layer that allows support for our schools, for our children that are exhibiting risk factors, to have more of an opportunity to learn better behaviors, better practices, to minimize those reoccurring behaviors that might happen. The collaboration with CIS and the principal is important. It's not to replace, what happens on the school level as far as the disciplinary infraction, but it is a method to be able to support the student after that event has occurred in order to reduce the likelihood that that behavior will continue. Through that process, our CIS coaches help process the behavior with the student, help them practice those skills to do something differently, and then follow up with them to help them with that behavioral maintenance. They work with our student services team, which is our school counselors, school psychologists, school social workers, graduation coaches, I'm just adding school psychologists, I say, school counselors, all that big giant team, in order to provide those wraparound services to students. So it's really for the purposes of us, and how we utilize this program is to help children learn good coping mechanisms, good interpersonal relations, and being able to repair those relationships when they've been disrupted because they've had maybe some resistant behaviors or some altercations, maybe verbal or physical, and so forth. It teaches kids how to get their needs met in a more productive manner versus some of those aproductive manners that we see frequently with those disciplinary instances.
So the CIS personnel that are doing this, like I know that Ruth Thompson is at
Yes.
North Middle. Is she the one that would be doing, and there's another lady there, Melody Hebron. Are they the ones that would be doing this? Because I know that CIS also uses a lot of volunteers. So who's actually, facilitating this service?
The actual CIS success coaches, the individuals that they employ with their organization, they're the ones that are implementing those practices because there is training. We, in our own district, we have our behavior specialists are all district trainers. So they also, out of inquiry from the school and suggestion from the school, CIS develop their own trainers. So really the reason that they did this and started helping to train their folks was because we had asked for some support. And so this particular program with the restorative, as they would call it, that restorative justice started with a school inquiry. It went through cabinet, it went through board presentation, it went through assistant principals, SROs, and principals in that 2022 time realm. So to really answer your question, the people that are administering are the people that have been trained because it is a research-based structured program and you have to do it correctly. There are ways that you implement.
So the after-school tutoring program they had is gone?
So they do not do that, but they do tutoring in schools. Some of the additional services that they provide are academic tutoring, social skills intervention, character education. They work in conjunction with our student services team to identify those children that are needing risk factors, that are having risk factors, so we're not duplicating those efforts. So really those that are involved in the schools are working collaboratively with those teams in order to provide those supports. Very much like part of our own student services employees.
So that's through their volunteer program?
This is through their success coaches, the individuals that they employ. Those individuals work with our student services team members to help support those different students that are identified within those schools. So for example, which students do they identify? It could be students that are having chronic attendance issues, students that are not making very good grades, students who are having excessive disciplinary infractions and removals as a result. So when our student services team in conjunction with our CIS coaches, when they work together to look at the school-wide data, they look at individual students, they match the students with the skill of the employee, and then they work with them based on what their need is.
So how many success coaches are there?
So right now, if you'll take a look, we've been able to add 2 additional, which is Bolivia and Virginia Williamson. So the schools that they are serving are Leland Middle, South Middle, Cedar, Supply, Waccamaw, Town Creek Middle, Lincoln, Jessie May, Shallotte. In this upcoming year, they've actually just received those grants, and I think actually Bolivia, they've already gotten started. They've added Bolivia and Virginia Williamson. So they continue to do fundraising and grant writing in order to add as many to our schools as possible.
Was there someone at the coast as well?
They don't get into high school.
I'm not aware of at the coast. I mean, we have our own internal staff at the coast.
Okay, maybe
but,
that's what I'm thinking. Okay.
Not currently
Okay.
at the coast.
Not,
We do have Miss Courtney, Miss Miller
Right,
there.
so
yeah,
I think
but she's one of ours.
Okay, but had she been CIS before?
She was years
Maybe.
and years
Okay.
ago.
All right.
That
Okay.
yes, she
All right.
was. That's been long because she's been with
So
us.
that's an
quite some time.
expansion from, wasn't the Success Coaches just middle schools at one time?
At one time, yes. So they have, once they were targeting the middle schools, they started to work to expand to our elementary. Our principals, assistant principals, our school employees have provided some really good feedback regarding the Success Coach.
I heard some good
services.
things about the middle school people, so.
Yeah.
So the success coach is the CIS representative.
And paid for through CIS? by
Yes,
CIS.
that is correct. This is a memorandum, so there is no cost to us. So through their organization, their fundraising and grants, they are providing these services to our school system.
Well, in addition to what I had asked, the clarification on that particular bulleted service point, I had also raised a question about including parental notification, parental rights and notification as specifically at the beginning of a list of areas, policy areas that we have, paragraph 12, I think it is. And there have been a lot of changes in that area, and it seems like they do a lot of stuff that is very significantly impacted by parental notification requirements.
I'm glad you asked that question.
And so I'd like to see that added to that agreement.
The additional piece to add, to give you some more feedback, is they do require parent permission. Any child that is participating in this program, parents sign permission. In their parent permission form, they do reference parent rights notifications. And they all, within that agreement, they are obligated to follow our board policy because they are working with our students. That is part of that agreement, but if that is your desire to add that specific notation, I can
Well,
certainly
if you can go to paragraph 12 in that
send that
agreement.
back to Ms. Jordan for you.
Can you go to paragraph 12 in the agreement?
I'm
sorry.
I'm sorry.
If I'm like, I don't want to get ahead
got no
of
power right now.
I don't want to get ahead of
So
it.
are the students recommended by staff
Like
or the parents even request?
Sometimes it can come a lot of ways. Primarily it's with staff. Primarily it starts with looking at our school data and identifying those students. We do have some parent inquiries as well. It's a program that is known in our community. So with 12, again, we focus on ensuring that they are following our board policies with their program implementation. Ms. Jordan, Ms. White, and I have a considerable amount of interactions regarding program rollout. I also participate as the educational liaison on the CIS board, so there is always that ongoing conversation to ensure compatibility.
I'm going to forward that right now to the board, the parent permission form.
Yes, thank you.
Well, that's great that we have a parent permission form. We've always had a parent permission form, but we now have new requirements related to parental notification. And when you go into an agreement with someone and you say, in particular, provider acknowledges it has received copies or has access via the website and will abide by all applicable Brunswick County Board of Education policies, including but not limited to. Then you sort of set the ones that are including but not limited to a little bit up on a higher platform of the rest, because you're making specific reference to these policies. So if we're going to make specific references to any policies that they need to abide to, I want to include a reference to parental rights and notification.
Would it cover the need if
Policy
we just
numbers.
added to the MOU that the provider would not serve any students without a signed parent permission form? I mean, would that meet the
I mean,
need
I
of
don't know.
what
I
you're
mean,
talking about
I
in
guess
the
it
MOU?
does, but I don't under.
Do you reference a specific policy number?
But
I mean, can you reference?
Get that parent rights statement in there. That's all that is.
I guess my question is, why do we set forth these policies? Why do we set them out in particular? Because they're particularly important? And if we consider these to be particularly important, I mean, they're all...
But it says, in particular, provider acknowledges that it has received copies of and has access to via the website and will abide by all applicable BOE policies. I mean, that's not limiting. That's
So
all.
why don't we just why don't we limit it? Why do we then go on to say, including but not limited to these? Why are these set out as needing special recognition.
I don't know, Mr. Gainey.
Well, if we're gonna,
It looks to me like perhaps the rules that apply to adults out in the community are different than for them in the community than they are on a school campus. So you can have tobacco and use tobacco out in public as an adult, but you cannot on a school campus. So I think it was to draw attention to the rules that are different for adults on a school campus.
drugs and alcohol, okay.
But I thought what you were looking for, I mean, this started with making sure that, I guess parents knew that they could not serve them without parental permission. That's kind of where this started. So I'm asking,
well,
like,
no,
what if we just added a
really,
statement in
it
there?
starts with CIS realizing that they can't provide any services covered by the parental rights and notifications, you know. And so that they need to understand what the parental rights and notifications are, especially since it's changed dramatically as it relates to their services. So no, it was more of a direction to CIS than it was to parents.
So we did that. We met with them and reviewed that would be the new requirement. In what I just forwarded to you, it has the language of the Parents' Bill of Rights. We put that in their permission form. So we can just duplicate that in here. We can make that recommendation to to CIS for them to bounce it. We'll bounce it back to them with that in there and then bring it back to you.
So you just emailed that to us?
Yeah.
So adding the Parents' Bill of Rights language to the MOU in order to show that they're not providing services to anybody without parent permission.
So and I can say in guidance of the legislation and put that in there.
I mean, that's what I was getting at was.
And I think we can also hyperlink, because this is a yearly MOU, we can hyperlink in the parent form as well.
And I will send that suggestion back to them. And then we'll bring it back. Because the MOU comes from them.
So do you want to? You could just say.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I mean, you could just say, will abide by all applicable Brunswick County Board of Education policies, including
the
not but limited, including policies.
Legislation under the Parents' Bill of Rights, right?
And you could specifically state the policy numbers. I mean, there's 5,000 policies.
It'd be the whole legislative act, honestly.
Okay,
We've done many policy updates with it, so we can just say the legislative act, because we are, as a system, we have taken every recommendation for policy updates through the past, I guess we're a year and a half.
Yeah,
The Parents' Bill of Rights,
Mr. Gainey, is there a concern that CIS is providing services without this form being filled out?
No, the concern is that CIS provides services that are directly the type of services that the Parental Bill of Rights was specifically designed to ensure that parents get proper notice. And it's a new policy, and it's a much more expansive policy. And so my interest in including it in this memorandum of understanding was that CIS doesn't proceed under their old assumptions about what the policy is. And it was also that if we're going to set forth certain areas of policy specifically, like these right here, like they have, when you set them forth like this, you are stating, all policies, including but not limited to policies related to blah, 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 blah. Those policies then take on a specific importance above and beyond, because you've decided we want to make sure that you understand these. Well, I'm saying we also want to make sure that you understand what the parental rights and notifications policy is. And so I thought the simplest thing to do would have been to have included it right at the beginning of that list of policy areas.
Under number 12.
Under number 12.
Yeah, we can do that.
Happy to. I'll send it back over.
Because it is something that they can't just proceed based on their past understanding of that policy.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify where you were coming from. I was making sure that you didn't have concerns that they were providing services without the permission slip being.
No.
Okay.
I have no evidence to that effect or any concern of that in that regard.
That's easy enough to do.
Yeah. When you say coming back, do you mean next committees or do you mean to the board meeting? Like, does it need to be signed?
I can present it at the board
At
meeting.
the board meeting?
Yeah,
On
it's a separate
action.
one as an update with this, if we get it back from them. It'll obviously have to go back through their legal review process with that, so if we have it in time, I can bring it to that to the board meeting. Does that work?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, and our next memorandum of understanding is Project Search. And this is a continuation of an existing program and agreement that we have with Novant, Brunswick Community College, Division of Voc Rehab, and us. So this is just a continuation of our project to support our students that have developmental disabilities with vocational training to ensure employability after high school. And these are our consent agenda items. Then our next is our EDSI, which is also an agreement with the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. This is a subcontractor with them. They also support students, any students with disabilities, in helping them with post-school outcomes. The exciting difference between where we started was originally we started with piloting one high school, then we went to all 3 high schools, specifically with the occupational course of study and 10th graders. Now we've been able to expand that program to any students that have different abilities in order to help them with post-secondary training and accessibility to jobs after high school and internship opportunities. So our teachers have been super excited about this particular expansion of the program and have asked for it. They even work with our students that have more adaptive needs on the high school level, which has been a really nice opportunity for students that have more significant developmental needs. This is also a consent agenda item and continuing from previous school years. And the next memorandum is with Coastal Horizons with our day treatment program. This is just a continuation. There are no changes to our existing agreement. This is just an ongoing agreement so we can continue day treatment programming for our K-5 students at Bolivia Elementary.
Just a quick question. How many students do you have enrolled? Is it pretty stable? What's the number how many students are out there?
They cap at 10, and we have been at 10 all year with a waiting list.
And this only occurs at Bolivia Elementary?
This is a centrally based program, yes, sir. In that smaller building that's offset to the side of the campus, they have their own individual freestanding area.
And where do the students come from?
All over the elementary schools they serve the whole entire district on the K-5 level.
And how do the students get there?
We have a referral process based on it's mental health based, and so students
How to physically transport it?
By the school bus. Transportation. I mean, we do have some parents, some car riders, but the same methods of transportation that we would use for any child that goes to their school-based program.
So does it originate from their home, or do they pick them up at their school and move them?
It depends on what the most efficient way to get them there is. We've had kids who ride connector buses, and we've had kids who go straight there. It just depends on their physical location in the county. Transportation does work that formula to ensure the most cost-effective way of transporting, just like we would any other special program.
What's the average? I mean, well, it's probably can't be an average, but if you have a waiting list, do they tend to roll out quickly or not? Just depends on, I guess, the circumstance.
It does depend on the circumstances. It definitely depends on the circumstances. In all honesty, we do see children now that have more significant mental health conditions. So sometimes their stays have been a little bit longer. It's taking a little bit longer for some of them to be able to stabilize them. And sometimes they're requiring other levels of care. So then we have to work with the community entities to help support that as well. And then sometimes we have children who are able to go for a short period of time, access stabilization, and then return to their base school location in an appropriate program. Or in a regional program. So it really is very student specific, and it's team driven with the parent, the community partners, our day treatment partners, our day treatment staff, our teaching staff, our behavior specialists, our school psychologists. It's a pretty collaborative team approach with a lot of individuals that support these children.
So some have been able to go back to their home schools?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
Successfully. Successfully. And sometimes we have children who have ongoing chronic mental health conditions, and we serve them where they are.
If you haven't been there before, I'd recommend the board members going. Every time I go to a Bolivia tour, the principal always takes us over there.
I remember the day we opened it.
Yeah.
Yep. How many years ago was that?
Oh, don't get me.
Okay.
It's been a while. Don't get me wrong.
8 years.
Go check it out though. It's an interesting program.
It
The
is.
staff there is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
Really are.
They do a really, really nice job.
And I will say the students enjoy having visitors. I've been able to go out there and play ball and all kinds of stuff out there. So I think it's a good experience for everybody involved if you can go see it.
And I think that they've created a wonderful culture there, that those children are included as part of that school, which initially, we know that there were some struggles when we started that program, but the children are like, I go to Bolivia Elementary.
Yeah.
And I think that's beautiful for a child to be able to say, I'm part of this school, because they deserve that.
So how does Coastal Horizons fit into the academic piece of the program?
So the schedule, the day treatment schedule, is built around the provision of academic services and mental health services. And so it looks a lot of different ways. For example, the children have a part of their day where they receive therapy. That's through the Coastal Horizons treatment staff. And then they also rotate through their groups for math, reading, science, social studies, all those traditional academic subject areas between our general education teacher and our special education teacher. So our teaching partners individualize their educational program. And then all of those individuals work together for the provision of group services and group activities. When the students are in their educational program, there's a day treatment staff that's also working in that academic setting. Whereas there may be, because we have quite many staff over there, whereas sometimes children may be getting their individual therapy through the therapist. So there is a pretty complex schedule that they rotate through, depending on what those needs are, because it could be individual therapy, group therapy, academics, academic supports. The coastal staff are embedded and integrated into all of that, as well as our teaching staff.
And so the 6-to-1 ratio is for what position?
That's our day treatment position. So Department of Health and Human Services is their guiding entity.
So that's for the Coastal Horizons
That's the Coastal Horizons
position?
Yes. For our purposes, we would follow state policy. For example, our students in special education, we follow state board policy for those ratios for those students. And those children are served in very small groups.
Looks like you have 4 more. I said, look, you have 4 more.
You know, it takes a village,
Yeah.
a lot of community collaboration. We're almost through there. These are the easy ones. So this again is not new. It's for kids only as our developmental day center. This is primarily for our EC pre-K population. They are a collaborative partner that helps us provide those services. That is driven by IEPs. And that again is consent agenda. This allows us to receive reimbursement opportunities from the state for children who are IEP placed in that program.
Consent's good for that.
And the next one is an identical, but just with a different agency. This again serves our EC pre-K population. This is the Child Development Center. They are located in Wilmington. They primarily serve our students that are on the north end of Brunswick. And again, this allows us to receive reimbursements from the state for students who are placed there based on an IEP team decision. And this is consent agenda as well.
Okay.
And this is an existing agreement that we've had for many years with Speech Solutions in our community. They help us with provision of speech services for students with identified disabilities who need speech. They provide support in the community for our exceptional children preschool, children who are served under parentally placed private school plans for speech services, and then when we are unable to secure a district employee, they help with contracted services. And so this is also a consent agenda item.
Okay.
And then last but not least is our Speech Solutions contract amendment to increase the rate from $200,000 to $300,000 so we can cover the cost of any remaining fees that we owe at the end of the school year. And this is also a consent agenda item.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Right, good morning, good morning.
Morning.
I have three timely, I say timely because we want to get prepared to make sure that we're educating all of our high school students and parents moving through the summer. So we wanted to make sure these three policies came to you now. We're waiting on the remaining state board recommended changes for next month. So these are some of the highlights. I know obviously you all saw it, some of you have been asking me questions over the past few days, so I appreciate you reading through all these, obviously, and being able to ask questions ahead of time because it allows me to better assist you as we go out, go through this publicly. So the questions and some of the things that we brought up are going to be answered throughout, but the highlights are going to be in red. You might not be able to see the color too well, but it'll be crossed out and then slightly red. You'll see it better on your computer screens as well. But this is asking for first reading, just so you're all in the loop. So I'll burn through them fairly quickly today and then allow time for questions and any comments so that we can go and hopefully either approve or have a second reading next time we get together for the board meeting. One of the highlights here, we are recommending that we go from the 7, 14, and 20 credits for promotions at the high school level to 6, 13, and 20. The why behind that goes in line with the new 22 credit opportunity that students can go towards. It also goes in line with some of the requirements, it's basically requirements for interscholastic participation in the athletic team that students want to participate in. Through the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, they require now only 70% of the pass rate. They no longer require promotion, basically in line with making sure that statistically we're close to the same number of credits as what's required by North Carolina High School Athletic Association. 6 aligns closer to that, long story short. But overall, we also want to be able to promote students through to in the sense of a freshman coming in, big new school, they could have failed 2 classes and would have been basically held back in terms of they would still be a freshman the following semester. With that being said, we wanted to make sure that students knew with credit recovery options and things that they could do to move forward. 6 credits would allow us to make sure that they stay on path with their cohort, obviously catching up and clearly still in line with being able to get the 22 required credits to graduate.
So 20 was used for a senior for the purpose of them going to school half a day?
20, you're saying to be able to get to become a senior? The 20 was the minimum requirement to be promoted from their junior year to their senior year. That's where the 20.
But is that a local decision?
Yeah, all of these are locally.
Why did you use 20?
Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, good question. We kept the 20 based on the fact that we know students should be able to complete 6 to 7 credits each year. We kept 20 instead of going down to 19, knowing that most students are going to get over the 20 credit limit, 22 credit minimum anyway. Like most of our students are going to receive close to 28 credits. They have upwards to, obviously they can receive 32 credits if they pass every single course, every single semester.
So is this in response also to the state's graduation, the 22 credit thing or whatever the state came up with?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Partly.
Because we have to offer that now.
Yeah, that's in this policy later.
Right.
Because a student that only needs 2 credits to graduate, do they have to have permission to attend half a day?
Yeah, good question. So we as a board and as a collective group, there are other policies that we make sure that we want students to be in full attendance. So they cannot be visiting students their first semester. Now there are other stipulations that could come up, but we ask that students are there minimally half the day. So what that allows us to do is count them as a full-time student.
Well, it gives them the chance to go to college if they want to the second half of the day or something.
Right, yeah, we don't want to lower the total number of courses they must take during a school day, especially seniors. We will only allow them to be either early release or late arrival that first semester. Now, second semester, there's a little bit more leeway, but we don't want them to become visiting students. We want them to be able to participate in all athletic opportunities that they might want to. We've now got it in policy, which you're about to see, for extracurricular activities. They need to be in attendance at least half a day. We don't want, counselors aren't going to allow them to take fewer than the 3 credits, 3 courses first semester for obvious reasons with extracurricular activities in mind.
So if help me understand this. So I come into my senior year, I have completed 20 credits. I have to have.
To be called a senior.
I only need 22 credits to graduate. And I could theoretically take 1 credit one semester and 1 credit the next and have enough to graduate.
Right, theoretically. And they would have to be waived through the principal to have less than the 3 courses to be called a student. Yeah.
So why do we establish these minimum requirements that, why don't they come in needing 18 to be a senior? 6, 6, and 6. I mean, it seems like it eliminates some issues on how much they have to take and why do I have to take this, because you got to get 4 credits this year. I mean, I just don't understand.
Good question.
Why we don't just do 6, 6, 6? I don't understand.
And we can go.
I guess I'm asking: is there an academic, educational benefit, the way it's set up here, that is superior to doing 6, 6, 6 the first 3 years?
Yeah. And our answer in terms of principles, when we sat down and talked through it, was that there are so many state requirements that, in terms of math, science, English, that to get all of those completed by your junior year, you're upwards to 20 credits already. So by lowering that, we don't want students to wait to complete all of the required courses that they must have. 20 allows us to make sure that they've got, up to that point, we've got the minimum requirement that they need beyond, which you'll see in a list, beyond just the credits themselves. They're so specific. But good question.
So that prevents somebody from taking a required course for the first time their senior year, potentially failing it and not having the option to retake it, then not graduating.
That's a better way to put it. Yeah, and then we're slowing down the process. They might not graduate.
Well, I mean, you can't take senior English before your senior year, right?
Correct.
So I mean, you're not eliminating that.
You're not eliminating
possibility.
Yeah, we typically, if a student is at risk, we typically
They could
schedule
take it
them
2
first
semesters.
semester.
Well, right. They have 2 semesters to take it in either under either scenario.
We just don't want to overload that beyond 4 courses, obviously. If we want them to take, if it's an at-risk student, we want them to complete all those required graduation credits first semester. All right. Next, we're adding in specifics to the policy 4400 into this policy as well. So this was written in and approved by the board last board meeting, but we wanted to add it into this policy as well. We did specify the top though. This has not been written, this has only been in practice. Students that make less than a 50% would not qualify for credit recovery. We wanted to put it in writing. So there was obviously by principal waiver, there might be an opportunity for them to change that. But right now, if a student comes in through the end of the semester and they make a 45, they would need to retake that class. But we wanted to put it in writing that that's the expectation. So that's what that percentage is. We took out NCFEs. I guess it had not been updated since that had been placed in. We also are adding, this is the state board recommendation. We already work with students who want to study abroad, but we didn't have it specifically in this policy. So the state recommended adding it to this policy. So if a student does want to study abroad, I studied abroad, in college, in high school, students are now doing that more often. If they do, this is just putting in policy that they need to let us know prior to that following school year. It says the date in there, I think of July 1, so that we can work through and pre-approve the process of that, so that whenever we get their transcript on the back end, we're a lot more familiar with the courses they would like to have credit counted here.
So would that information be supplied to the counselors just as a, flight? I mean, I know it'll be provided, but sometimes we kind of.
Yeah, actually, there'll be a form.
They need to know, that is the set thing
Yeah.
in writing now.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's the point of having it in a policy now, so we can create a form for them to
Form,
complete,
okay.
so that we have all the paperwork needed to be able to pre-approve it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, good question.
Positive confirmation to the person. That's the first step.
This speaks to the graduation requirements, the new accelerated pathway that Chairman was just asking about. So the 22 credit accelerated pathway that we have to offer. We have a process for that now, just so that you all know. You all approved it before because we had to get it approved, but now it solidifies it. We have a document that counselors fill out with the parents and the student that basically says they're committing to a 22 credit accelerated pathway. Now they've seen that in the curriculum guide. It's posted as required by this policy, and they have that option. Then all they have to do is schedule a time with their high school counselor, fill out the paperwork, and then we'll set them on a path. We want them to talk to somebody though, really to go through. You can't just fill out the paperwork and you're approved, because it's a pretty stringent pathway. There's not a lot of room for some of the fun elective classes that they typically would be able to take.
That's the question while you're right there at L. I just had a couple of notes. Is this superintendent's report, is that new or has that been there?
That one's been there.
Okay.
We just changed the.
I just don't ever remember hearing like the numbers of students I mean, maybe there are reports, but so when is that supposed to be presented to the board? What time? I mean, at the end of the year, before the end of the year, or?
Yeah.
I mean,
good question.
Because you want to know if they're failing, if they're, in the middle of the year. Somewhere along the way, there's also a notification that says timely notice. So I'm just wondering, what is a timely notice considered?
Yeah, this specific one is typically, in terms of several of the line items, are typically after we've received all of the reporting in at the beginning of the school year, so for the following year. In terms of the performance scores, mandated test scores, things like that. In terms of the percentage of students retained, that would be added to that presentation. That's to make you all aware.
I mean, typically the State Board of Education doesn't approve the test scores from the previous year until around September. So normally, we're gonna be providing a report on the test scores from last school year somewhere around October, because technically it's not official until the State Board of Education approves it.
Clarification.
Back to that accelerated, does that mean they can graduate after 3 years?
They could, yeah.
Yeah.
And we
That's
have
what I was
not
thinking.
had much interest, to be honest. We put it out there, but I think once you see the courses you have to take to be able to accomplish that, there's not a lot of room for CTE classes. There's not a lot of room for extra PE classes. It's just not.
Well, now that
it's
now
cool.
that 17-year-old has graduated their master's, I mean, if you've seen that
It's not an
17-year-old,
easy
it's not
way out,
impossible.
Like what people first thought about.
No,
It's not extending an easy way out to anybody.
They're accelerating their graduation to be able to ideally go off to a community college or a four-year college a year early is I think the main goal of it.
And they're foregoing the fun classes.
Granddaughter's doing.
Basically.
She skipped kindergarten.
Can you back up to N just a second? That was just the one.
Worried about
Somewhere I was talking about the students should be retained. Well, okay, under
She's going to
2,
state,
where it
so
says
I'm
is
not
not
sure
reading at
she'll
grade
be
level,
okay.
shall provide the student's parents timely written notice advising that the student does not demonstrate. When should they get that notice? I mean, not like the last month of school, because they don't have time. I mean, when does the teacher understand that that child needs extra intervention? What is considered timely notice is what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, it's based on each individual school's plan, but in most of our cases, they would always notify them at least minimally every time a report card or progress report comes out that they're not reading on grade level. Obviously, in elementary, that looks a lot different.
Especially if they're going to be retained, and they don't find out till the last month before school's out. Oh gosh, I'm in trouble.
I can tell you, like, no one should be retained by surprise in the last month of school.
That's what I'm thinking.
So at-risk plans are done quarterly, but then there's a legislative requirement that every time we change an intervention, we have to notify the parents. So they'll be receiving that information 3+ times a year.
Good clarifying question. All right, so that concluded the first policy. Now 3460. And once again, this is first reading. Obviously, along the way, if you're making notes or questions, certainly send them to me. That way I can be prepared to be able to answer to everyone, because you're probably not the only one with the same question. In this one, we are going in line with the recommendation from the state. We are asking, and this is kind of a heavy hitter for most of you, remember graduation project, which included a research paper. Based on the recommendation from the state, they are asking everyone, not really asking, there's no requirement with the 22 credit option to have an extra graduation requirement, like a project and or paper. So we can have a recommendation, but we can't have a requirement. So we must remove subsection 2, the research paper. I don't say that lightly, because there's a whole lot of English 4 teachers that do want to work with students to make sure they're prepared, but we're not saying they cannot do that, especially in an honors or an AP level course. They certainly should have some sort of research component. Typically, a lot of those happen in junior year nowadays anyway. As you can imagine, to prepare them before they go off to college, we want them to see a lot of the research elements, and it's in the standards for English 3. So for us, we are asking that we remove that per request from the state board.
I was just walking in when you were already into this, so we can't, by local option, do anything to extend the 22 credit.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, beyond the 22 credit requirement. So there has to be an option for any student to be able to graduate with that, and there cannot be currently any additions to that are required. That's why you'll see later we've had to take out a lot of the phrase required. In fact, some of it now says recommended by the local board. That's a pretty big change in the legislation. It just came out September of last year, whenever they approved it through the budget committee.
Can the board require it instead of recommend it? I mean, that's like a huge difference. Require something and recommend it. I mean, that's like all or nothing.
The local board of education can't require anything beyond the 22 credit graduation requirement. That's what the change in state law has created. So we can recommend things, but we can't require them.
So then that goes back to my thing about the credits. If I come in with 20 credits as a senior, then you can't require me to take more than 1 class per semester, or 2 in the first semester, or skip the first semester and take 2 the second semester.
Yeah, a little gray area there. So technically we can, because if we want them to be considered students in our school so that we can serve them properly, they have to at least take enough credits to be considered a student.
What is that number?
So 3 credits, 3 courses
Okay.
to be considered a full-time student minimally. So 75% of their school day. So they fall under a different policy. If they really wanted to graduate in 22 credits, they needed to be on that accelerated path. That's why we're letting them know their freshman year, so that they can sign up ahead of time so that they can finish by then. And then it wasn't because of us that they were required to be there and get over 22 credits. It was based on the fact that they did not choose early enough to complete everything by their junior year.
If they don't choose it going into the 9th grade, are you saying they can't do that?
I'm saying we are not at fault if we don't offer them all the courses. So in other words, if they let us know ahead of time, we can plan appropriately. If they don't let us know ahead of time, it's possible. It is possible. They can graduate after their junior year if they have all of the credits.
I got you.
What the legislation wants us to do is to make sure that we're pre-planning on the front end when they come into freshman year, so that there's no surprises along the way when they don't graduate on time, and we require them to have 3 classes their junior year. I mean, their first semester of their senior year.
By them not choosing early, they give us some leverage on the back end that we wouldn't normally have if they selected.
I just didn't want to deny a 10th grader who still had a chance.
Yeah.
And
And that answers your question better earlier to what you were asking.
What's that?
That answers your question better earlier to what you were asking, is that by them choosing late, they have given us no option, but they have to have more than 22 credits to be in compliance with other policies that say we need them to be full-time students.
And if they're done after the first semester, they can just do mid-year graduation.
Correct.
And they're just not students.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, they still have options to graduate early, even after that point.
It's disappointing though by the state, in my opinion. They're just like making it less.
Lesser and lesser.
That's just my opinion.
No.
I mean, it's disappointing by
You're not the
the
only-
state legislators
It's definitely dumbing
to
down.
do this.
There's
Yeah.
no question.
Now, we still require, the 22 credits will be obviously all required courses, and we will expect the most out of them during that time. And we're still going to be pushing them because we want our kids to go have the options. We don't want to close any doors. So we're going to be pushing them, as always, in the counseling office to make sure that they're getting to that 28 credits minimum. We want them to take it at least 32 credits, right, depending on their schedule. So we're not lowering our expectations. We are lowering the requirements based on the state. So. Good. Once again, you can see where we're having to take out some of the phrasing here, adding in. This is not, you can keep scrolling.
Is this where we would talk about what I was mentioned to you before?
Yeah, there were, yes, that's about to be, you're talking about the CTE possibility of requiring credentials. So that's once again, and I just finished messaging with some of our DPI representatives to see if there's any leeway. They are going back to, we can add in recommendations, and if you scroll to the top, Tori, I apologize, that last column can say local recommendations now. So we can recommend what's called a diploma +1. That's what some districts are using. And we can require, now you can go down, we can recommend, up to 6 credits in some of these elective courses. And once again, our students typically follow in line with what their counselor is recommending based on what they would like to see as a possible outcome for graduation. If you want to go to a 4-year college, you need to have 28 credits, right? If you want to go to a 4-year college, you need to have world languages. If you want to go to a 4-year college, you need to have some of these electives in other areas. They want to see a well-rounded student. Those are all the things that counselors are not going to change in their practice. I just want to make sure we're clear on that. They are still going to be going based on the recommendation that we put in.
So, can we see this screen here with the electives, health? Can we see the whole? Okay, so no, go down. Can you?
The top of page 2.
Page 2.
You said go down, sorry.
Yeah, right. Right. Can you pull this up where we can see everything in that table?
Zoom out a little bit.
Okay, so English, math, science, social studies, health. Who establishes these?
So those are all state requirements, and those are set. We have no wiggle room on that. Those would be equivalent to the 22 credits in the center column.
So are you saying that keeping within the 22 credit for graduation, that we have no ability to require anything?
Currently, no requirement can be added to the 22 credits to be able to graduate.
Not add to the credit. If you stay within let's say that you wanted to put CTE as one of these areas required, and you reduced your electives 4 and you put 2 next to CTE, you're still within the 22 credits.
To my knowledge, no, we would not be able to change any requirements, just like the graduation project and paper that would create a barrier for a student to graduate. But let me look into it.
Yeah, but I don't see how, if it's 22 credits, I don't see how it creates a barrier to them to graduate. Because from what I understand, we can't have any requirements that prevents a student from being able to graduate in 3 years. That's where we're limited on requirements, right?
Mainly, yes, but I think it's Senate Bill 8 that I need to read one more time. And let me ask some of our DPI reps just to see, because I think your question was alluding to what we talked about before. You'd asked about possibly requiring CTE pathways, which love the idea, especially working in high schools long enough and wanting students to take CTE classes. But let me follow up with actually where it says in the Senate bill.
You bring something back to us?
Yeah, I'll bring it. I might be able to add it to the board meeting.
Yeah, so essentially, Mr. Gain, what you're saying is requiring a job certification.
A CTE certification to graduate.
And
that's while staying within the 22 credit.
As a part of the 6 electives that are included in that.
Well, I mean, you couldn't require it if it was an elective.
If it was an additional elective.
Yeah, I mean, you reduce the elective total and you require it as 2 credits as a 1, 2, as a 6th or a 7th area of study. You got 6 areas of study there. what electives help.
It's in there.
Huh?
It's in the, under electives, you'll see CTE, career and technical
Yeah, but if
education.
it's an elective, you can't, it's not an elective if you're required to take it.
Right.
It's not an elective anymore. So it would have to be listed as a required area of study,
Like
or a
BCS
separate
studies.
area of study. You got to get 2 credits.
So let me look back on that. My preliminary understanding of the legislation is no, but I would like to look into it. And then obviously we can add any recommendations we want that counselors will then be tasked with, obviously selling to the students. So. Otherwise, there's not a lot of changes to these next 6 bullets. If you can scroll slowly through just to make sure, Tori, I appreciate the help. Here we just had to change the term from required. You can keep going. I think that was it. We took out world languages is not required for some of these or recommended. Nothing.
I know it's not, they have to do the CPR course. Is that done in the health class or is that done in a separate? I mean, it's not that long.
Good question. In middle school, so we fortunately complete the requirement in middle school. If students transfer in and they've not received that training, then we do it freshman year, and we have students pulled out.
And then is there a required financial literacy course that at some or
It's
Yes.
so that's
ETF.
okay.
Yeah.
And then the civics.
And that's all. Yeah,
So
that's
those
all
are all
social studies. Fortunately now.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a
But
good.
they'd have to choose one of those. I mean, they'd be required to do
Economics,
that
personal
because
finance
it's
is
state.
required. Yeah.
Yep, now
That's a
required.
statement. Okay.
Yep, new course. No. All right. The children of military families, they just updated the verbiage. All it means is we're going to take care of our children, right? So if they're transferring to and from different states, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that they graduate on time. That's really what that entails, which we do that with all kids, by the way. But fortunately, we're backed by legislation to make sure that it happens with military families. Early graduation is just the accelerated path. Yet again, this is the more specific written out, and then they asked us to add in the state board policy numbers. So we've kind of talked about that quite a bit. And those are just removing based on the state expectations for the endorsements. Once again, taking out the things that are not to the 22 credits. You can go on to the next one. Extracurricular activities. So we wanted to be more specific. The board is State Board Association recommended these changes, and then we added in what you see here from the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. So we added this. This was based on athletic directors and principal work. So what you'll see is instead of having it just in one spot, which is the North Carolina High School Athletic Association handbook, we asked that we put it in policy too, because you all have been getting questions. I've been getting questions this year, and I'm having to flip between the two. I'd like to have it all in one. These are some of the key heavy hitters that a lot of students and parents ask about that are in North Carolina High School Athletic Association handbook, and we wanted to solidify it in our policy. But A, B, and C being new, the verbiage is new. The requirement for students to participate in athletics, A, they have to be in attendance 85% of the school year prior to that, previous semester. And then students must pass at least 70% of their courses taken. Why 70? Obviously some school districts are not on the same block schedule that we are. Also, there is what we call skinny schedule where some students take year-long classes. Counselors are still have to be aware of those changes, which they are aware of, and work diligently to make sure that kids have passed 70%. And then the last one's new. Instead of saying that they have to be promoted, they've given us a little bit of leeway. Once again, a trickle-down effect of the 22 credits. Students is making sufficient progress towards meeting the academic and curricular requirements from the PSU State Board to be promoted to the next grade level. So a little bit more vague, I get it, but that gives us a lot more leeway in terms of whether they complete credit recovery over the summer. It allows us to be a little bit more helpful to the student to say, here's some other things that you can complete to make sure that you're going to be promoted next school year. It also, if we don't mid-year graduate, this allows us the ability to allow students to participate in second semester sports because they are on progress to be promoted. before this, it was a catch-22 at that mid-year whether a kid was promoted or not, but they would be at the next semester. So they are making progress towards it. This gives us the ability to allow that student to participate. We ran into that situation this year.
Mr. Pascal, may I ask you, what is considered passing? The student passed at least 70%. What's passing?
They have to make at least a 60%.
So they could have, but anyway, it's just, I mean, I understand
If you got
sports
a
important.
D
It used to be
average-
like you have to have a percent, I mean, do you have to have a GPA? They don't base it on GPA or anything.
No, they do not.
So we just let them play sports
Well, I
and
will say, and
not
good-
do well in school and then, you know,
and
keep
good-
playing sports.
Good question, because I
I mean,
will
we're here
say
for student outcomes, not athletics. I'm not saying anything against athletics. I'm saying it just seems like here we've already had these other lesser specifications, and now we got even lesser with the sports. So it's like we just continue to let them just do what they want to and make poor grades.
Well, the fortunate thing to report on, I'd love to get the actual stats on it, is all of our schools will have to pull out their GPAs of their athletes, and our GPAs of our athletes are statistically always higher than our general population. So just to speak to that, typically our student athletes do have a higher GPA than those who are not participating in it. So.
That's good to know.
So, to Catherine's point, or Catherine's question, can a student with a D average play intramural,
They can play sports, yes.
with a D average?
Well, that's the very minimum.
Right.
You got to have a minimum somewhere.
Yeah, so that is the minimum.
Yeah, I always thought it was like a C average.
No, never has been.
Not in high school.
Really?
Does the
Middle
state come
school
up with that, or the athletic association? The state comes up with that, or
Athletics
that?
Association has
So the
all-
athletic association
Well,
has
now
more
the athletic
more power
association
over
is-
the schooling of the children than the school
Well,
does.
the State Board of Education sets what the grade level requirements are, what they equate to numerically. So a 10-point scale, we switched from a 7-point scale to a
Right.
10-point scale several years back based on state requirement. But it's always been, the requirement of what it takes to be eligible for sports was set by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
However, the state has clamped down on them and has basically taken control of them about what they can do.
Correct.
Well,
And things might change in the near future due to that.
Question on the student attended at least 85% total number of instructional days. If you attended 85% of the total number of days, you would be what we classify based on our new attendance policy as chronically absent.
that's what I was going to ask. If that
Yeah,
lines
that
up
would
with the
already
So you
attendance
can be
policy.
chronically absent and have a D average
And play sports.
and play sports.
About these requirements.
That's
take-
exactly
Something's
what I was
got to change
thinking.
with that.
Well, that's what I was
Right.
thinking about the new
That's
attendance
the state,
policy.
though. That's the state.
But remember, the 85% is more than just excused absences. So if you're out, even with excused absences, more than that, that's quite a bit.
I mean, we don't allow our regular students to get by with that.
All right.
So,
And then on the number 2, students must be present for half the day. This has been in our handbook, but not in policy. We wanted to put it in policy. Obviously, we put medical exemption for unforeseen instances that might come up that the principal can waive. Things like a funeral, things like students had to go to a doctor's appointment, things like that. They could allow that. So, but that would have to be done that day, ideally prior to that school day. But overall, we're putting it in writing now. And then this is for just basically listing out other activities. If you can scroll down a little bit further and show all of the, so this is talking about students participating in not just sports, we're about to get into clubs as well. It's saying general rules there, expectations, participating for 6th graders is allowable for anything other than obviously tackle football. Students who transfer into our system, it speaks to that. We obviously still need to make sure that we're in compliance with the expectations given out to us. So we have to review their transcript and approve based on what it transfers into for us. Section D, we have had in 2 policies separate before, based on the fact that they have to be full-time students with us. And then also they have to be in our school setting in terms of the requirements for passing and attendance from the prior semester. This right here just solidifies what we meant in 2 policies into 1, and putting it out there for homeschool students.
I'm assuming that means that let's say a tennis player who's a 12-year-old 6th grader could actually play on the varsity at the high school level.
Which one? For B? You're talking about subsection B?
Mm-hmm.
Technically, there's nothing in North Carolina high school
That would prevent
that prevents it.
Okay.
I mean, other than for the parent and the kid, you only get 4 years of eligibility. And if you play varsity, that's a year of eligibility, whether you're in 6th grade or not. So, I mean, you might want to, as a parent, wait until they got to high school to maximize, their potential.
Yeah. And we currently,
but technically, yes, they could participate in varsity as a 6th grader.
but we don't have a system in place to allow for that based on the fact that they're not at the school.
And see, that's the rule about 4 years to play is to prevent the failure playing the 5th year as a double senior.
Mm-hmm.
That's really the reason behind that rule. It really wasn't put in there to apply to that kid.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an unfair rule for them.
Were there somewhere that I see 3, I know the homeschool, I know we've discussed in the past, but 3 different options for homeschool participation? Did I see that somewhere in a?
Yeah,
but this was what was chosen.
This
I mean, there were other.
Yeah, highly recommended from our team is that we stay consistent with what we've been doing over the past several months.
Are there other districts that do allow that?
There's a few that I know of.
I just don't know if that's something we need to look at further. It'd be good because of the, or well, anyway.
I mean, after talking with several of you and then talking with our principals, our coaches, our athletic directors, is not something we are interested in, but if we want to discuss further, we certainly can.
Poor Tim Tebow. We might have a Tim Tebow here somewhere. I mean, so he was homeschooled.
But they have the right to enroll them in public schools.
I know.
People
I get it.
make-
I know.
they
I
got
understand. I
options, they
mean,
make
I understand it.
choices.
I just
Yeah, we'd love
didn't
to
know
have
there were
them.
other options. So
We'd love to have Tim Tebow.
We'd love to have them join our school.
he can come speak to you probably.
All right. If you can scroll down, this is dealing with, and this is from the State Board Association as well, recommended to put it in writing that yes, student-initiated, non-curriculum related clubs and organizations can exist, but they do need to go through an approval process to use the space. So they need to speak with their principal. They need to have some sort of advisor. It speaks in there of that is making sure that the students are safe and meeting in a safe space. But this allows for things like a Minecraft camp that a school might want to create, an FCA, Fellowship of Christian Athletes. These are all allowed through that. That is not school initiated. It is not a principal coming in and saying we're going to have an FCA. These are student initiated organizations that can be created, and they happen every day in middle school and high school schools across our district.
I have a question. Regardless of the size of the group,
Unless it takes away from the safe and orderly function of the school. So let's
well, I'm
say,
talking about like 1 or 2 people. 2 people say they want to form a group for whatever. 2 people can put the by virtue of stating that they are interested in this group that they would like after school group. 2 students. So there's not much interest, and they can require, and the school is then required to accommodate them.
that's easier than you would think, but yes, we would have to. But having a faculty member and they would have to find somebody interested. That happens a lot more than you would think. Hey, we had a sign language club start at West Brunswick when I was there. It was student initiated, faculty involved, and then after that they went from having 2 kids to 35. That happens more than you would imagine. But yes, that is possible.
Well, I mean, I understand you might start it to. Let me rephrase what I was saying. But if if you don't grow your club, to a minimum number, it would seem like I don't know that maybe it's not in the best interest of the school's expenditure of time. I don't know. I was just curious.
Yeah, at that point, the conversation typically happens.
It just seems like some wild, crazy clubs could be. You could be required to host them because they're so wild and crazy. Hardly nobody's going to join them, but one or two people. But you know, you gotta accommodate it based on this policy. The other thing is, where does it say that you have to have a school employee? Because I thought I read this. It said something about may.
Yeah, it's
required.
Let me look in the second paragraph. I think it's where it said. It's talking about a faculty member, student well-being. Apologize.
You just have to have a faculty member that kind of is a sponsor of the group, or is not
Yeah, not
necessarily not a
sponsor.
sponsor, but just a.
Well, students,
Not-
we can't have students left unaccompanied in our building, so.
Yeah, it says, but may be present at meetings. Shall be present at meetings, right?
May be present at meetings to obtain order
May be
and.
present.
Yeah, it should, we should change that. It should be shall.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one came from the state board. I don't know why they chose may over shall, but yeah.
Well, because I guess they don't think they have to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a, you know.
No, we need to make sure that there's an adult around all, we can't have kids in a classroom without an adult, so.
I guess what they're saying is you can't prevent them from attending. But I would say we would want to require them to, some teacher
Yeah, some adult has to be there. Yeah,
has
so
to.
let's just change it to shall, so.
Not to
we don't
influence
have
them,
worry
but just
about
to promote it, but just to.
Well, that's part of the requirement to meet.
Facilitate, right. They have
That's
to have somebody.
automatic. You go to the principal and who on the faculty is going to be with you?
Yep.
That's
If we don't,
automatic.
and if we don't have anyone willing to do it, then
Right,
you
it
don't
can't
have
be.
Yeah, and that happens a lot more than you think too.
Well, I just think it should say shall.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, let's change it. Because there will be some adult there with them, not meeting with just kids alone in a classroom or space. Good catch. I think that is everything. This was changing the old verbiage to the new one you just saw. They just took out a lot of the extra. And I believe that was all three of them. I know that took a little bit longer than I'd hoped, but I want you to be able to read through so that after first reading you see me any questions. Thanks.
Okay, so that concludes the curriculum and policy, and I suggest we take a break before we move to the next one.
2 hours, Ron.
Yep. All right. All right.
So we'll be back at 11:07.
Yep.
Ops, the ops portion of our committee meeting to order. But before I do, I want to take a point of personal privilege. To all our fans that are here and those online, if you see me on this phone, it's not because I've got a bad case of brain drain. It's because I'm using it to access some of this information that's up here. I go forward, I go backward, and I'm looking at different things. So I felt like I probably needed today, as much as I was on here at one point this morning, I thought, these people probably think I can't control myself on this phone. But that's not the case.
We're going to pilot the Yonder pouch on the school board.
I am using it for official business.
That's what they all say. So.
All right.
All right.
Larry, you have the floor.
All right. Hey, everyone. All right. Operations. We have 3 paving contracts to go on consent today. I will mention that this work has to be done during the summer, and instead of lumping these together under one bid, we did separate them because in the past we've run into some really tight timelines. These are 4 to 6 weeks projects, and if you get a couple weeks of bad weather during the summer, it really starts pushing when teachers are coming back to school or even students, and we've had that issue come up before. So we did separate these for that reason. The first one is at Supply Elementary. It was the lowest bid, and we did get 3 or 4 bids for each of these jobs, so we feel like we got a good response. The lowest bid was Coastline Contracting for $249,958. And at Supply, there's 2 entrances. There's a bus parking lot and the front lot. This will be the entire front lot entrance. At South Brunswick Middle School, we're paving the access road as you go past the front of the school and turn in between there and the high school softball field. The access road going back to the back and the cafeteria is really bad. Has been for a while. And we're going to get that paved. The lowest bid was also Coastline Contracting for $173,409. And lastly, at the coast, this will be the entire front parking lot from the gate that goes in the back to the entrance. There's only one way into that school. We actually have to shut the school down just for a couple of days, but we've got it scheduled out to where it'll be minimal. The amount was for Hardy Enterprises for $147,460. So all 3 of these paving contracts will be on for consent.
Anyone have any questions? Objections? We'll put it on consent.
Okay. Next is the North Brunswick High School turf field line repair. So we just completed our 5th year of using the turf football fields. Projected timeline is for replacement is a minimum 10 years up to 15. And we're just, our fields are in good shape overall, and we feel like things are going well with them. We work hard to keep them in good shape. We have had a problem at North. Some of you are aware of it. On the sidelines, there's concrete drainage pipes underneath the fields that go across the fields and down the sidelines and then exit the field. These were left in place at West and North when we installed the turf fields. At South, we had some previous problems, and we had already gone in when they had grass and replaced theirs. But West has been fine. We haven't had any issues, but at North, where the drainage pipes 90 degree, we've had some failures. Sand getting in the lines, which causes the turf field to depress and kind of create a sinkhole, which is a safety issue. It has happened on the sideline, not on the playing field itself so far. We've been kind of fortunate, and we've done some repairs and gotten through the seasons, but it's been an issue that's ongoing. So we had a company come in and camera all these lines at the field, and they saw a lot of sand in there, a lot of failures, deterioration. And we also saw it on the visitor side, even though we haven't had a depression there yet. We found some sand in the lines. So we propose through AstroTurf to go in and get this repaired so that we can get through the duration of the turf fields. A company called Pipeline came in that did the camera work, and they can put in, it's kind of like a balloon they put in with a polymer rosin exterior that bonds and forms a liner, basically a new pipe inside the concrete pipe. We even called a couple districts that have had this done. It's a real modern, easy process, and they've had a success with their had the same problem, and it came out really well. They haven't had any issues since they had this done. So AstroTurf, we got 2 bids, but the company Pipeline was the low bid, and that was the only one that AstroTurf actually recommended and approved not to affect the, what's the word I'm looking for?
Integrity?
No, not to affect
the warranty.
The warranty. God, I couldn't think of the warranty, I'm sorry. Not to affect the current warranty in any way going forward. So we'd like to recommend for $196,679 that we award this contract to Pipeline to come in this summer and do this process and be done before football season.
Basically giving it a stint.
I'm trying to give that to me.
Right.
That's right.
Stint. Okay.
Hey Larry, and we talked about this morning, and I forgot to ask you, it just popped in my head. So you got these low areas where the sand's being pulled into the pipe.
Yeah.
And it's undermining the ground, and it got these low areas. So we're going to seal it up. We're not going to get any more of that going on, but we're going to be left with the low areas, right?
No. AstroTurf will come in and build back up the base and repair the field surface area for an additional $30,000 that's outside of this contract.
It's outside of this.
Yes. They'll make it look like new when they're done. They've had to come in and do it before, but these repairs aren't working because the deterioration of the pipes keeps happening.
All right.
So this has been an ongoing, since I've been on the board, because you and I and the North Brunswick Boosters have discussed this, I feel like every year before football season.
Correct.
So I'm glad to see we're doing something permanent now instead of the temporary fixes.
Right.
Yeah. My only question is, when they put this, Captain called it a stent, which is a perfect terminology for that. It's going to change the internal diameter of the pipe. Do we have any, fears or questions about if the internal diameter of the pipe's changing, the flow of water coming through and the volume of water?
No, and it's a thin layer. It's just a polymer resin layer that actually coats to the concrete exterior. So you're only decreasing the diameter just slightly.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that.
It's basically just coating the concrete pipe.
Okay.
And so we want you're asking this go on consent?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Any further questions or concerns? Okay, Larry.
Okay. And lastly, the custodial turnkey contract. So since 2005, we've had an ongoing, a real partnership with Safale Incorporated out of Greensboro. They supply over 95% of our custodial product. Paper, cleaning goods, this is wax, disinfectants, Clorox wipes, almost everything we send to schools. They deliver to the schools each month. They do training with our personnel as requested. They do custodial inspections, they do awards, clean school awards, gift cards for the custodians. We got a real good relationship, and we get very few complaints about our custodial products from our teachers. We get good service and we get good product from them at a good cost. So the 3-year contract came up. We bid it out. No one bid but them. We bid it out again, and Safale came in at a cost of $450,622. This was a 1.07% increase from their contract amount 3 years ago, which I thought was remarkable, considering the way things have went up the last 3 years. This was lower than the cost of the previous contract compared to the previous one before. So I think we're getting a real good product from them at a good price. So we would ask to go on consent, a proposal contract for Safale for $450,622.
Well, the contract is for 3 years, so it's
the contract, it'll be 2 consecutive 1-year renewals.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's each year. The total is 1.351868.
Okay. Questions, concerns?
Consent.
Okay.
All right, and Ms. Bayer has some items.
I had to look and see if it was still morning. Good morning, board members. I just have a few quick things for you today. So the first one on the list is approval of a sole source procurement method. So we're looking at replacing, upgrading our intercom systems in our schools. We use those for bells, announcements, alerts, things of that nature. We've had them for over 15 years. So using some bond dollars to get those upgraded. During the construction projects, we established a standard with the Bogan Communications Systems with a Nyquist IP-based paging. It's digital versus analog, definitely a technology improvement. And so during that, we had kind of established a standard as to what we were asking them to put in the schools. So they are currently at Town Creek Middle School, North, West, and will soon be at Town Creek Elementary. So what we're asking is that under the general statute, if we have established a standard, it allows us to have the exception of bidding requirements. So we'll not have to go through that process if we know exactly the system that we're wanting. And it will also benefit because we know from experience with that there's only one reseller in our region here. And so Bogan is going to send that to that local reseller. So the way the general statute reads is that the exemption authorizes local governments to purchase without bidding when performance or price competition for a product are not available, when a needed product is available from only one source of supply, or when standardization or compatibility is the overriding consideration. So we're asking that you put on consent for us to be able to operate under that sole source procurement.
So what we're looking at then is if we don't do a sole source, we're going to have to pull all these speakers out and completely change the system because we have to stay so. Otherwise, we have to go with a different vendor potentially, right?
We would make a recommendation if we went out on bid as to what we're looking for as a preference, and in our comparing what we receive, we probably would go with what we would want our standard to be and the specs that we've asked for. This really just allows us to eliminate a lot of that paperwork and a lot of the bidding that goes out. We'll end up at the exact same place.
Yeah. Okay.
So what is the cost? It says the funds are through the bond. So
yet to be determined.
Yeah. Okay.
This is just to approve this procurement.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just to
type of
approve the
procurement,
method.
sole source.
But it would be coming from the bond budget.
Yes,
Okay.
those will be coming back to you as each project is priced out.
Yeah.
And what buildings are you looking at doing this in?
It would be all of our schools, except for the ones I mentioned that already
Right.
have them.
All
We
right.
will be adding early college to that list. They do not have an intercom system today. They're at the front of the list.
And one of the biggest complaints I've heard from staff and students is, like especially at South, they can't understand a word over the loudspeaker.
Definitely need some upgrade.
Yeah.
New wiring, definitely a new system.
But the current system is Nyquist, right?
Yeah.
No, the current system is not Nyquist. Nyquist is the name of the new digital system.
Okay.
I think today it's a quantum model, but it's
Okay.
analog. So it's run off copper lines. When you go with Nyquist, you're on the network cabling, which is digital. So anything digitally that can talk across our network, if we so choose in the future, would be able to reach those speakers the same way as the intercom system. So definitely advantages in the future planning as to whatever comes out.
So do we have any buildings that actually have both, the old style and the new style? Like for Town Creek, for example, the expansion is gonna have this, right?
At Town Creek Elementary, also at North and West, they were done the same way.
Right.
We call it the front end, which is the main system. It switched over to digital. The new area was put in to be able to function under the digital. The whole system is using, the whole school is using that system, but the cabling and all the connections and the bridges that were put in across the other cabling areas of the school, the other buildings, other wings, like at Town Creek, they still have the older speakers, they still have the older cabling. So there would be going back to them maybe for some upgrades of putting new cabling in the future to get it all digital. So we could see that in the future.
Okay.
I would recommend that.
Consent.
Any other questions or concerns? Okay.
All right, the next two are simply software licensing and agreements that are above our limit. So the first one is Cisco Security Agreement. We bring this to you each year. It is an agreement that allows us to bundle several different security packages that we get from Cisco so that we get special pricing. It does commit us for that 3-year period of time. We do not see any reason that we would change any of those systems. So when we put them together, it does cause it to be more than we can just do ourselves. So an example of what is in that is our firewalls, VPN access from home, our login security system called ICE, our filtering system, and a system called Stealth Watch that watches for bad things happening. So that's what that covers.
And the 132 is for the 3-year
That's
period?
annually, so it'd be 3 times that for the entire contract.
Oh, annually, I see, it's right there. Okay.
So we're just asking for that to go on consent, so that when we reach July 1 and we need to renew it, we have approved.
Any questions?
All right, the last one is our Cisco phone system. So can't believe it's been 3 years since we put that in, but it has. So we've got about 1,200 phones in our district, and so that runs out in June. So we are looking at new licensing for that system. It will be $147,065.83 annually, but it'll be a 3-year contract.
So tell me again, what kind of service is included in that agreement?
So it's the licensing to continue to use the system, and then support needed from Cisco anytime we have difficulty with that. So it's continuing the support.
So if I have a desk phone that goes out, they come and service it, or?
We did not cover the phones.
But just
It's
the
minimal.
system?
It's pretty much the system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions?
All right, thank y'all.
I guess that is the end of our Ops Committee meeting. So I will turn it over to, to finance, I guess.
That's me. Okay. Surprise. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'm requesting your approval of this addendum to increase contract funding to allow additional services not covered by NCDPI state allotment using COVID funds in the amount of $410,000 for the driver's ed program. Now, it was almost a year ago that I came to you all and informed you that our driver's ed program wasn't in a place to be successful, with the exception of Cook wasn't here yet. We were about 300 students behind in driver's ed, and right now, in just 3 quarters, we have completely and successfully alleviated that backlog. We were 113 out of 115 before the Benson Driving School took over, and now we're ranked 26 in percentage for 9th grade ADM classroom course completions and for behind the wheel completions. Right now we're ranked 3rd in the Southeast region for 9th grade ADM classroom course completions and ranked 1st in behind the wheel. So we're doing really good work in servicing our kids and getting them those opportunities and resources that they need.
Now this is a different driving school before. So
we use Benson Driving School.
Right. Did you go without the driving school for a while, or is it just no? I didn't.
It was
COVID, and that's what backlog.
And it's not just a Brunswick County thing; it's across the whole state. I mean, just last week they said that Wayne County schools had a 6-month backlog in their driver's education program.
So you've used them before COVID, the Benson Drive, or when did you start using them?
We just started using them last year.
Okay.
The other people got out of the business.
Okay, that's what I was, okay.
It was
yeah.
Brunswick driving school.
Yeah,
Last
right?
July.
Yeah, they've been doing it forever, so, okay.
And they were having a hard time getting staff, and it was
Right.
it was bad.
They couldn't complete their task.
Gotcha.
Questions, sir?
That's good news,
Yeah.
for sure, for the kids.
More drivers on the road.
Good morning.
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 This is just a logistical piece of paper I need approved by you folks. This comes up every year. We're appropriating our lottery proceeds to go into cover debt services for our building. We need your approval of this so that we can then forward it to the county for their approval.
Is that good?
Put it on consent,
good.
that'd be great.
Okay. Nothing for human resources, so. Is it closed session now?
That's it.
Okay. A motion to go into closed session?
Motion?
Second?
Motion by Ms. Moffett. Second by Mr. Lemon. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Also, Mr. Moffett. Oh crap, I left my copy in my truck.
So just to set the stage, we covered goals 1 and 2, are actually strategic priorities 1 and 2, and that we have 3 left. So that brings us to strategic priority number 3, community engagement, which is Gordon's bucket. So I'm going to let him take it from here.
I know, I forgot mine.
Mine's in my truck.
I forgot all about this.
Me too.
Go ahead and start. So by June 2029, Brunswick County Schools will improve community engagement, increase professional learning opportunities for students, and solidify community partnerships to enhance student success. So our first bullet point is to establish and cultivate our business partners into our school system. And let me start that over. Sorry. Just to increase the level of partnerships that we have with our business partners, to improve the number of internships that we have for our high school students. We must also be sure that we are placing an emphasis on marketing these internships to increase awareness and visibility, because one thing during the focus group session, they said that high school students and their parents didn't know that these internships were available or they had the opportunity to do so, so we need to make them more visible, make individuals aware. Establishing a relationship with all UNC system colleges of education while also increasing awareness and educating current and potential employees of opportunities through existing partnerships. And I'll let Ms. Rosie, do you want to expand on that?
Yeah. So we do currently have partnerships with several dozen universities and are looking to continue. Are you talking about like the university ones?
Right.
Probably upwards of 4 dozen is current active partnerships with different colleges and universities in North Carolina and in other states as well. And so we have found that that's one of our most effective ways to recruit highly qualified teachers is by getting them in our schools to intern, because they really enjoy that experience and then want to stay. And sometimes are hired early release or right out of that. So we highly effective recruiting tool for us as well. And so we're looking to work with through the universities to continue that partnership and expand it even broader.
Or another question real quick. So in the marketing piece you're talking about, we've talked about numerous times about marketing the district and marketing all these different things. And we frequently get people that say they don't know about certain opportunities, whether it be internships or even the coast or all these different things. And we use social media pretty good now. What are some other things we can do to market the school system and market all these different opportunities? Like, how do we reach these people? Because we know about it because of board meetings and, I think so. Certain number of parents who are super active follow our social media, but a lot of people may not.
Well, one thing that we're starting now on May 30th and 31st, we'll be shooting a promotional video. We partnered with a local company to do that. Mainly just the point of the video is to why is Brunswick County Schools the #1 choice for our students in this county.
Okay.
It'll talk about senior experiences, it'll talk about community experiences, student principals. So it'll be a really good marketing tool for us, I believe, as overall. But you're right, we do need to do a better job marketing the individual programs that benefit our students.
And let me expand on that too. While they're shooting they're also going to be shooting drone footage around the county. Obviously, the beach is a big draw for us as a recruiting tool for staff. So we're going to make sure that that's part of the video to sell our geography. We're going to use a lot of the same footage and interview material that we create through this process to then turn around and create a 1 to 2 minute shorter video that is aimed at beginning teachers, and why, if you're looking for a place to be a teacher, why Brunswick County is a great place to come and work as a teacher. If these two go well with this business, then our next step is going to be to create a promotional video specific to our CTE programs, and possibly even combine that with CCP. But just to kind of focus more on programs that we offer, particularly with CTE, to make everyone more aware of it. Also going into next year, we've already approved the purchase of Remind 101 as a district communication tool, which allows, it's an app that you can download to your phone that we have access to, that allows our teachers and our principals to direct message with students and parents. And that'll give us a tool that when we create these promotional videos for specific programs, not only can we put it on our website and our social media, but we can send it to every parent directly to their phone as a notification, as a link. So hopefully that's going to allow us to, if they watch it. In the end, we can't make them watch it, you know, but we can, Remind 101 will allow us to go beyond a website and social media.
Well, I think a good way too to capture, opportunities would be when they meet with those 8th graders, that sort of map out their high school.
Right.
It's not set in stone, of course, but you could capture a lot of those kids maybe with a video or something at that level, and their parents, because they're pretty engaged, because high school is a new journey and it's a little bit overwhelming for a lot of people. So if you could capture those 8th grade students and their parents about any opportunity that we want them to know about, that'd be a great place to start too.
Absolutely.
Just to add to it, the top 2 bullets are really highlighted in the goal sheet in the back for the metrics under 3.1, the first 3.1, business offering internships. So CT is now working to create a partnership agreement where Black's Tire or different companies will come to us and say, we would like to commit to at least 1 or 2 or however many internship opportunities, so that then we can better market specific locations. Right now, it's a lot of word of mouth, and there's not an official.
So we're not going to look at internships turning into apprenticeships?
We're going to look into that, yeah. But right now, the internship still gives them the college, the high school credit that they need.
Yeah, I know.
To do up to 2.
I understand. But like auto, or Blacks, as you mentioned, look like we would be seeking paid apprenticeships also.
Yeah, and that would be definitely the next step in goal.
But it's not there.
No.
That's what I was asking.
And that's a good note to make sure that we had it. We do have it in, I think it was in the last goal before this, we talked about apprenticeships as well.
Obviously, apprenticeships are much more involved on our part and on the business partners side of things too. But
it's one of our goals is kind of guaranteeing employment.
Right.
So.
And it is in, that's even a metric we're going to be calculating on the back. Apprenticeships is in there as well. This one specifically addresses the partnership with companies down here for 3.1. Going forth and then having maybe a signing day is the goal right now of having everybody come to the coast. Once we get a large enough number and having basically a larger business meeting, so to speak, so that we can get everybody to sign.
Well, it came to mind because the manager of Blacks out there in Sloat, I remember him in auto class, so, and he interned out there. And now he runs the place, so.
That's good.
One thing I'm really excited about is starting the Brunswick County Schools Foundation. I've met with our lawyers, I've met with several directors of foundations for public school systems across the state, and I'm really excited. I think that will be a huge benefit to our school system.
Can you explain a little more about what that is?
Yes, ma'am. So that would be a financial.
Should have asked you ahead of time, sorry.
A financial resource for our school district as far as our students, our employees, and just overall anyone that would need assistance in that fashion.
It's a nonprofit. It's a nonprofit structure entity that would allow people to donate money to that foundation and get a tax write-off for doing it.
And then how does that support student success? How will that?
Well, they could donate money for scholarships. They could donate money to remove obstacles to student learning specifically. Maybe they want to solve the problem of kids. They don't want any kids to struggle academically because they have vision problems and their parents can't afford glasses or have the time, can't take off work to take them to an eye doctor. So a company or a church or an entity could donate money to the Brunswick County Schools Education Foundation specifically for the purpose of paying for kids to remove that obstacle. But it could also just be a family that wants to create a scholarship for high school students who want to be police officers, to pay for them going to BLET and completing it because they had a son who was a police officer or something like that. It just gives us an entity that would have its own board. Think of it as like an athletic booster club for the district. That's
I'm just saying,
essentially
I'm just thinking we keep creating things when we should be able to manage a lot of this in-house. And we keep creating more things and more things and more things when Vision Square will give glasses to students. If y'all will ask them, I've been saying that for years, they've been saying that for years, they've come to the board year after year. We'll give glasses to the students if they need it.
Lions Club does that too,
Nobody,
right?
but nobody will call them. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that, I just
Even
keep
some
seeing
of the
all
schools-
these different things. I know BCC has a foundation,
Right.
and that helps the students to go to school, to physically pay for them to go to school. So I'm just saying, I understand we're supporting student success, but we're doing that in everything. Everything we do should be for student success. Everything. So I just don't know why we have to have another avenue, I guess, is what I'm saying. So, anyway. That's my
we
2
don't
cents
have
worth.
to. If the board doesn't want us to have it, then the board can tell us to remove it. And
That's
Well,
just my question.
What I like about it is, I look at it as a central place for outside scholarships to go. And then I think that makes the application for these scholarships easier as well. Then they apply to the foundation, basically. And I think we removed some of this, well, we didn't know that scholarship existed or whatever, because they're all different places, different applications, different areas, different requirements. If it goes to the foundation, like if that's the method of holding all that, it may actually bring more students in to apply for it.
So, I guess we're paying for their education already. So I'm just saying, what other extra monies, or who are we going to be paying for this support services? I know I'm
It's like
kind
we
of
have that
beating-
one in Leland. I think it's the Martin Luther King one or whatever. Yeah. So, that could be part of and the foundation could help them facilitate that scholarship. I think that they do that at North Brunswick, right? Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah. And it might entice more people to, because this foundation could hold fundraisers and all kinds of different things. I look at it more as after high school.
Okay,
I understand that it helps during high school as well, but
Well, that's what I was thinking. If it's for them, scholarship to me is to further what they're doing.
yeah.
They wouldn't need a scholarship for something inside the school system already.
no.
Okay, so it's more for the.
In one
So
school
we're
district-
supporting student success after they leave.
It gives an
Their
avenue for
further
that, yes.
success or continued success. Okay.
And it's not just academic based. Like one school district that I talked to that's on the coast, they had a child in their school district, the house burned down, so they applied to the scholarship to get clothing and shoes for the kid so that he could continue his academic experience.
Mhm.
So there's different avenues of paths that we can take with that.
Good.
So the connection then to the goal, because it is under this particular goal, community engagement, is the connection just the fact that it's a community organization? Is that the connection to the goal?
I think it would be a valuable tool to bridge the partnership with our community.
Okay. Are there similar foundations connected to or started by school districts that we're familiar with that have?
The main two that I work with is the Carteret County School System Foundation and the Pitt County School System Foundation. I've also
Chatham County has one.
a lot of school districts actually.
And so,
have.
and is there some like sort of central focus of these foundations that would,
It's to support the needs for students in that county for their success. That's what it's for.
Like the Carteret County, their main two pillars are innovation and intervention. So innovation as far as providing students with resources to help them academically, and also intervention. If there's any students struggling, they can do, like you said, the glasses or different avenues of that, like that.
Like they can decide if they want to have specific focuses because it's a nonprofit. It's basically a booster club.
And there are a lot of things that we legally can't do in support of children that we always try and find a way to help, but there are sometimes you just get to the point where you have to reach out to outside organizations for that assistance. So if we had one that we were partnering with, then we can say, here's where the financial need is that we can't support, can you help?
Maybe if you just had some more specific examples of what
Okay.
you would be. I mean, that's just my, it doesn't have to be everybody
Don't
else's.
have to do
Just
that. That's fine.
okay.
Well, it could involve also benefits for teachers,
Could.
so whether that's support working on an advanced degree or
Right.
whatever.
Professional development.
I think it's great with a local foundation within our county, because we know the kids,
Right. You know the need.
know the need,
Right.
and it's specific to our kids. I think that's great.
Because we have a lot of people who, in this county, who donate to larger foundations.
Right.
That money doesn't always come back to Brunswick County.
Right.
Where this,
They can see their dollars.
yeah, they can see their dollars work at home.
So the
if
first
this,
part would be to establish a board for that 501c3 and then to file the paperwork to work with the legal entities to do so.
So if this board became a vital, active, successful foundation, it would, pretty much at that point, not even be directly connected to the district, right?
Right.
I mean, we might have a representative that we appoint to it. from
Yeah,
this,
I mean,
But I mean, they would operate independently of the school district.
Right.
they would certainly spend their money. They would decide how they spent the money that was
How they
donated.
raise it, how they spend it.
Right, but they would be held accountable to their donors,
Right.
obviously, that they were supporting whatever the mission was that they came
So,
up
I
with.
mean, my point being that we're looking to generate, not run this thing.
Right.
No, it would be a separate entity.
We're looking at
Right.
The development of it.
getting this, raising the public awareness of what a foundation can do.
Facilitating the creation of this, and
Yeah.
then it would run itself.
Right.
Obviously, we would have a representative at their board meetings and that sort of thing to answer. I mean, that might be me, it might be depending on the topic of the meeting. But yeah, I mean, they would be a partner with us, but they would have their own board and, they would pursue their own mission, which would be in support of student success. And that's the purpose of having it.
Oh, and it increases the involvement with the community.
Right.
Well, and that's where it comes into community. It provides an opportunity for the community at large to engage in the schools in a different way.
Yeah.
And it provides a partner to us to help us meet the needs of students and remove obstacles. Or maybe go above and beyond. Like I've seen education foundations take on, for example, like STEM. Like STEM robotics is a very expensive thing that not a lot of school systems have the ability to pay for. But if the community wanted it, they could donate money to the foundation, and the foundation could make that their thing. That they make sure that each of the schools has a certain amount of money for STEM robotics.
I have a question here that I wrote down. The difference between work-based and professional learning opportunities. Work-based learning opportunities, professional learning opportunities. Somewhere in this document, it says something about work-based. I can't find it, but that's why I had that question.
So a work-based learning opportunity would be, I guess in my mind, the kids going out into a job site, whether it's job shadowing or an internship, an apprenticeship, something of that effect. Something that an education foundation could provide, again, is they could pay for a figure to come into the schools and present to kids on a particular topic that is learning for them, but it's not necessarily a work-based learning opportunity. It's an enrichment opportunity. It might be the arts, or it might be a music performance, or it could be any number of things.
What's professional learning opportunity?
Learning opportunity provided by a professional is. I mean, I wouldn't want it to be Joe Blow who plays at the store down on the corner that's presenting the music opportunity. I would want it to be someone.
Well, let me ask you this: Is there a difference between these two things?
Which two
Are they
things?
synonymous? Work-based learning opportunity, professional learning opportunity, because they both appear in this document.
Okay.
I think I understand. So in goal 1.2, so if we were to scroll back to 1.2, by 2029, 100% of BCS K-12 students will have access to work-based learning opportunities.
Right.
So I think that's specific to the students, and then professional learning opportunities is for our staff. Professional development.
Well, in this one, it says for students.
For students.
No, I know, but I think then somewhere else it talks about professional learning opportunities for staff. So then that's
Well,
PD.
but we have two goals, one based on work-based learning opportunities and one based on, and these are all for students, aren't they? Like 2.1, 1.2.
So-
Students will have access to work-based learning opportunities. 3.1. Columbus County Schools will improve community engagement, increase professional learning opportunities for students. I'm just asking, what's the difference?
I got you.
I don't think there has to be. I think you could replace that with work-based learning opportunities as well.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not, it's not as confusing if we stick with the same terminology if we're talking about the same thing.
Well, but again, if you had an education foundation and they wanted to pay for a nationally renowned musician who happens to be coming through this region to come in and provide a music opportunity for all of our middle school students to expose them to the arts, that's not a work-based learning opportunity. That's more of a learning opportunity for students provided by a professional. So to me, that's the crossover.
But aren't we mostly talking about internships here?
Well, you are talking about internships here, yes.
Most of our action items, I don't see anything about, school seminars and school, and speakers coming in. We're talking about apprenticeships or internships, which are work-based, right?
Yes.
As action items to support this goal. So I'm going to make a recommendation, we change professional learning opportunities for students for work-based learning opportunities, or change the one back in the previous one to the same thing. Because I think we're talking about, to me, we're talking about the same thing.
I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying that they are two different things. I don't think we have to say both. We can change it to work-based learning opportunities. I'm fine with that.
Are they two? Do we have two different goals? Do we have a goal? Because we got a goal 1.1. What?
We have two goals that cover two different things.
Okay.
By creating work-based learning opportunities, you're also improving community engagement and community partnerships, but you're also improving student success. So we're making sure that it's put in both locations. That's all it is. But we don't have to. If the board wants to remove it, we could.
No, I'm not asking to remove it. I'm just asking to make it uniform.
Okay.
So that when I read this, and I haven't sat through 5 hours or 10 hours or however many hours we're going to have in our evaluation of this plan, I can understand that, this is part of what we identified earlier over here in 1.2, work-based learning opportunities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
we're developing a theme and a focus about where we're going.
It's just, some of these things, they fit in multiple areas, and we're just trying to make sure it's covered in all those areas. So that's fine. I don't have.
One of our action items is also improving district communications with different various technology platforms, as well as giving our stakeholders an opportunity to voice their opinions through conducting a department audit survey. And the last one is strengthening our engagement and support of ESL and migrant families.
Any other?
I was going to say, should we somehow address, we talked about it, would this be a place where we might finally make it more of a formal goal or action item to, or do we just do it in our just regular operations? Require, when we can, the people that we do MOUs with and MOAs with to provide some internships where we can.
I guess for me, we're gonna ask that question anyway for the people that can't. Obviously not all of our partners can provide internship opportunities. So it can't be a requirement. I'm more or less just requiring the staff, anytime we're doing an MOU, think about whether or not this is a partner that could provide internship opportunities for our students. And if it is, let's talk to them about including that in the MOU in the language. So I don't think we need an action item for everything that we do. It would fit here if we wanted to add it. It would fit here. But I don't think we have to have an action step for that. I mean, I've made that pretty clear that moving forward, we want to try to do that.
Okay. Well, I think we addressed like 3 or 4 MOUs today. We got any internships coming out of those?
Well, just about all of those have to do with mental health, and they run into confidentiality issues.
Right.
And so those, I didn't feel like I wanted to.
Well, there was a couple with speech pathology.
So we do some with the nurses with that. Maybe one thing we could do in 3.1, the first bullet is change it to say business and community partnerships. So increase the number of internships for our high school students through local business and community partnerships. So you're not.
I like it.
Through business and
community.
And BCS partners?
Yeah, that works.
Well, I think they're all BCS partners. I think if you do
and then also
community.
they exceed. If they're not just, we wouldn't want to confuse that and say it was only partnerships that were in Brunswick County, right? Because Pender Health Alliance is funded through that with that. So I would say our community partnerships would address that because that's how we categorize them when we do MOUs. As our community partners is what that's referred to in education meetings.
And I had a question on the improve the district communications thing. Because Gordon and I have talked about this at length. I sometimes feel like Gordon sometimes feels like he's beating his head against the wall because he's pushing all these different things out, the phone calls, social media, email, and then people still say, I know nothing about it. Like, so what is Parent Square, you talk about Remind, is that one thing, Parent Square and Remind, or is that two separate?
It's two separate things. So Remind 101, a lot of our coaches were already using Remind 101. So there's a lot of comfort level with our staff already with Remind 101. Remind was bought by Parent Square.
Okay.
And so eventually Remind 101 as a name is going to go away. I mean, probably in the next 3 years.
Yeah.
But right now they're operating them as two separate departments underneath one company, which the owning company is Parent Square. So we put Parent Square Remind because probably in the next 5 years it's going to just become Parent Square. So that's the reason why that is there. And then of course we already we pretty much have our new website done. We've just been waiting for the strategic plan to be finished before rolling out that new website, so we can add it as a part of it.
And then my last question on this is strengthening our engagement and support of the ESL and migrant families. What specifically are we looking to do with that?
So we have.
I know we recently got that grant.
Yes, yeah, so we have community events with that, so we have did we have 2 this year of the evening events done?
Not yet, it'll be in August. We were short-staffed this year, so we are hoping to get that up and running again in August. We had 2 community events last year with our migrant families.
Okay.
So we want to basically continue to look for opportunities for our families that are in these 2 subgroups to access learning opportunities within the school. We look for opportunities to have employees who speak multiple languages and do things to bring in that partnership with families so that we are helping them be able to, like in the case of migrant, to be able to stay and find good access to resources here, so that because it's obviously very hard on children to move from place to place to place with that too. So it's really just that reach out that happens through our staff per their job description, and just continue to increase that. And obviously, with the grants and things like that we've had, we're doing things to be able to do that. So.
And I mean, based on the award that our department just got, I mean, they were
Yeah.
the most improved department in North Carolina last year. So we want to continue to improve that department and try to meet the needs of any children in our counties.
So it seems like the internship opportunities, we should be maybe modeling them more after that, like health occupations program, in which they have these sites that those students in that program all run through, you know, with a dentist's office, a doctor's office, this place, that place, that place, that we need more programs modeling that model, like art. You know, one day a week, they have these stations that these kids meet at some art center or whatever. If you're going to improve the opportunity, you got to attach it to something. And just to do these things piecemeal, and what we're doing now is looking piecemeal, aren't we? Or we actually.
Are you talking about internship opportunities?
Internships?
I wouldn't say piecemeal. Yeah, they have to have a CTE pathway completed, so they have to have gone through a similar field.
So let
CTE.
me stop you and ask a question. Let's take auto mechanics. It's not part of that program to do internships out of class. You know, like health occupations is going X number of days a week to do that internship. Why aren't we doing that in auto, for example? There should be plenty of opportunities for that.
Yeah, well, I think you're thinking of nursing fundamentals. So nursing fundamentals is a course though, so it's a 2-period course in our high schools, and they do have X amount of hours that they have to complete.
I realize all that, but I'm talking about developing opportunities out of programs that are a natural match, like auto. And it's a 2-hour program.
It's not a 2 semester program like nursing fundamentals is.
Yeah, I know. But to increase your opportunities in somebody's shop, and also not only internships leading to apprenticeships.
Do you
I just
offer
think
the-
we're missing the boat with all of our CTPE programs ought to be involved in some kind of internship setup.
Well, does the auto, do we do the certification for the auto or not? That's, because they're used, so we don't do the auto certification, I mean, that's,
No, they have.
They do.
They have
do they? Okay.
Well, I mean, I feel
And I
like
guess-
that's what we're working on, is to build partnerships with businesses that will allow our kids to go in and visit for job shadowing, for an internship, for whatever, to make it a part of the class. But they have to be willing to allow us to bring
I
kids
realize
in.
that.
And so that's,
But
The new thing that we're creating is the partnership agreement. That's what I wanted to highlight. So the number that we're even going to be holding ourselves accountable for is a partnership agreement with businesses that has not existed before. So prior to this plan, it's just been word of mouth. You know, hey, I'd like 2 interns. Well, great. And then Daniel Richardson gets to work and he sees the list of students who would like it and he tries to pair up a match. We're wanting to work on the front end, create partnership agreements, and have a signing day. I didn't explain it well enough. I want to have a day where they come in and they're all the businesses that are going to or community partnerships are going to come in and sign the dotted line that we're committing to 1 or 2 interns to be housed. That's what we were trying to explain. So this is new. We're wanting to go out and say, hey, you've agreed now, because now what do I get to do with that? That CT pathway that y'all saw at the beginning of the year in our curriculum guide now, all it said at the end of it was internships. We were real detailed with the courses you needed to take through Brunswick County, through BCC, but then we just said, and internships. We want to now be able to say with their partnership agreements going from 0, because we haven't had this in action yet, all the way to 25, we want to be able to say, and here's where you can intern with. So now it's a through line of whenever I start my CTE pathway, those teachers are already saying, hey, you can go out to, I don't want to keep calling out businesses, but you can go out to this business, you can go out to this one, you can go out to this community partner, and it's going to be written in the curriculum guide.
the name of their business will be in that curriculum guide.
But is that on your own?
What do you mean?
Do they go during class time or is they on their own?
They'll go during a class time. Yeah, it'll be during and it could continue throughout after that. Typically our internships are 4th period so that they can extend that beyond the hour and a half, the 90-minute block.
Or first thing in the morning.
Or it could be first thing in the morning, yeah.
Well,
And
that's
procedures-
all I was saying about auto. You go out and you develop a place for carburetors and something for front end alignments and something here and there, and the whole class goes through the whole cycle. And so when they sign up to do an internship, they sign up for a student, and it may not be the same student, for the whole year, to go over certain aspects of what, like they do in health occupations.
I see what you're saying. You're talking about a multi-partner.
Exactly. A
internship.
multi-partner, when you end the internships, you have a segment you do with numerous students. And then they go to another internship for something else.
And that's something that we could talk more about when we have partnership agreements, because now when I have 3 shops that have agreed to do it, maybe there could be a
So
rotation.
off of that internship, they might get into an apprenticeship in just one of those areas. Just like those health occupation kids are getting attached to an area, like the dentist's office or whatever, that's different from some other health field.
Right.
It's an exposure to all those things that may lead to an apprenticeship. I just think that model of health occupation is made very broad.
I see what you're asking now. That is something we could expand on. I think this is a big first step, and then once we get agreements, we could look into what it would be to be able to have a rotation with somebody else.
Yeah, versus a one-time deal.
I got it. Yeah. Now,
So I guess you really can't market it until you develop it. So do you really need to develop and market? Because if it's not even developed now, I mean, you can't market something you don't have developed. Do you need to develop the internships? Because it sounds like you're trying to attain those first before, because you don't have any now, technically.
Well, you could also
I
reach
mean,
out to students.
I'm just saying,
and see
if
their
you need to,
interests and if they align with that.
I mean, as far as having something measurable, like increase the number of internships for our high school students through local business, how much? Increase it by 10%?
It's got the metrics about it.
Okay.
Yeah, the metrics are on the back.
for partnership
Okay.
agreements, we have
Okay.
0 right now because it had.
I'm just saying, if we say, okay, we got 1, oh, we got 2, well, we reached the goal. Well, no, that's not a reasonable goal. So I'm just saying, if you got the metrics, then I just didn't look at the metrics. So.
I'd like to ask
Okay.
about the metrics, since you brought that up. I don't think they're aggressive enough
For which?
for business partnership, for internships, for business partners. Businesses offering internships. We're only looking to get 5 this year.
5 outside partnerships was what we originally decided on.
I mean, I just don't think it's aggressive enough. I think we should be looking to get 15. And I think the board, is well positioned to each recruit 1 apiece. That's 5 right there. Board members, did you hear that? I mean, hey, look, it's real easy. It's real easy. When you're with somebody and they got a business, you say, look, we are really pushing this. We need some people that'll sponsor internships. Can you help us out? I did it a week ago, and we might get 2 or 3 different internships out of it. We're going to get some, so, if we all do that once a year, that's the first year's goal, for crying out loud. If we all do it once every year, then nobody else has to do anything. That's 25 in 5 years. I mean, come on. That's not an aggressive goal.
I mean, it's a 500% increase.
Well, yeah.
I mean, if we're being technical about it.
Well, no.
That would be quite.
I mean, that sounds good to me.
I mean, to me, I don't think it's an aggressive enough goal. I think we ought to be adding 15 a year.
Can
I
ask this? If once we get the partnership agreement out there and we start working, I believe we've said this is a living document. None of us want to only have 5. I mean, I think we wanted to start somewhere with an agreement. So collectively, we decided on getting to 25. I mean, that's at minimum what we want in the 5-year plan. If we reach that next year, obviously, I'd want to change these metrics. You understand? If I don't mind changing it now if the board wants. I think we all chose a goal that we could get an idea of of how many partners would agree to it without knowing the kid, without knowing, there's just a lot of variables that we're having to ask a business to guarantee us on. So I want to make sure that we can stand by the number.
I mean, I like the idea of achieving some success this upcoming year specific to this. There's always going to be an annual review of this because that's part of my evaluation, is just evaluating how we're progressing on the strategic plan. So, I mean, we could certainly up the metric after this year, but I mean, again, we haven't had any at all. So we were looking for a place to start where we felt like we could find some success. And if we end up with 10 or 15, then I think 10 or 15 in 1 year, then automatically the goal for the next year is at least to get 10 or 15 more. And then we would up all of the metrics as a result. But I mean, it's up to the board. If y'all want us to change the metrics right now, we can.
So, Mr. Pastor, each high school has different electives, you know, like I know like West has interior design, South does not have that.
Right.
So, maybe capturing the area you're in, we could do 5 in this area, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
because that wouldn't be an opportunity for a student at South to do an internship like that.
It would be harder.
It would be
Yeah.
harder.
Align it with what they already
Right,
offer.
because you're aligning that with West, and so you would reach out. You know what I'm saying?
To those
Like maybe
specific
do 5
businesses.
to specific regions because,
Geographically.
yeah, geographically, and what you offer in the classwork,
Yeah,
in the
it's got to
curriculum.
align. with-
Yeah,
Remember, it's got to
Yeah.
align with the pathway that we offer.
yeah.
So-
That's just an example. That's the only thing I can think of because I knew West had that and South did not. So
Do you know any interior designers that could offer internships?
maybe.
But they have to be on the south end, close to West, because it's a long commute. No,
It is a long commute. It is a long commute. It is long.
But I don't know. What do you guys think? Or I mean, do you want to up the metrics right off the bat for that, or leave it as is and we'll revisit next June, July?
Well, I think the board's gonna get 5, so yeah, I think we should open it up.
We could shift it down a year, get a year ahead. We can start at 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Yeah, I think
After
so.
we crush it, we can adjust it.
Right, and I would love to get to 25 year one, obviously.
You're a marketing guy.
What?
Well, say that again.
After we crush it, we'll adjust it.
After we crush it, we'll adjust it.
What's the next t-shirt?
It's like a marketing phrase.
Like a slogan. You created a slogan right
I
here.
just told you how to get 5.
That's right.
Right off auto
I'm not
mechanics.
marketing, I'm a
Just
boy in
there.
a China shop. We're gonna crush it, and then we're gonna make it better.
So this partnership agreement is like an MOU? Is that what it is?
That's the way MOA, what we were thinking it would be, is, and other districts have not been using this, so we're kind of creating a model that we hadn't seen. So we're gonna write up an agreement that they are going into with us that they would offer to. Now, it'll say qualified candidates, things like that. I'm sure they'll have to interview them. We'll have to hold them to some of that accountability that we've given you 3 applicants, can you work with us on this?
We're doing by region, like we talked
Yeah.
about, like 5, 5, 5 or something. So,
Yeah.
Well, they don't have to be like the auto shop at the coast,
yeah, there's a lot of the coast for sure. Yeah.
which could spread out.
Spread out.
And just a
Yeah.
reminder,
I had a thought.
Molly reminded me too, I mean, it is a liability for a business to take on an internship. We don't want to forget that. So, and that is something we talked about, which is why we didn't jump to 25 year one.
Yeah.
We got to make sure that it works in one business and then they talk, because the best marketer for this whole program is the so-and-so tire company talking to the others and saying, I got really good interns that I'm going to turn into potential employees. So that'll market it even better than us, because they can hear us all day, but they've got to take the risk of time and money, and we appreciate their risk in that. So
Do we have the video program at any of the high schools? Didn't we used to have a video classes? I'm just wondering about
Do
who's
we?
making the videos. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know you've got somebody else to do it, but I didn't know if we still had.
we do have some. Yeah,
One of the
we have
classes.
journalism classes at our schools that offer it as well, and then we have CTE Adobe Video at one of them. All right.
So we're good to go on that one? All right, let me, if you don't mind, Rosie, I'm gonna skip to Larry and let Larry come up and go ahead and do goal 5.1. effective and efficient operations at Sherry as well, if need be. Y'all can see it. I just mean if you have to come up. Who's presenting? Larry?
And she's gonna do the first part.
Okay.
I can do it.
Okay. So you want to come up and do the first part and do it from
Well,
there?
how about I do it right here,
That's
since it's
fine.
one little bullet point.
All right.
So my primary goal over, my action item is gonna be implementing that financial software. That'll take up, the first 2 years probably of this program, is getting that fully implemented and getting people across the district trained in that. And that, of course, flows through to every other thing that Larry's doing and folks here as well, so.
So you don't have a date on this. It says, and most of the other ones say by 2029, so would you implement that within
Within
2 years? Or-
So
I
by
mean,
the
it's-
end of, not this coming year, but the next year.
So would you put that on there by
Yep.
2020,
Yep, we'll do it.
whatever year that
Yep.
is?
Yep.
Okay. All right, our first action item in operations, develop comprehensive short and long-range facility plans for operational development and new construction based on enrollment and community growth trends. And basically, just dealing with the issue of growth in this county. We think about it every day in operations and where we're at in this process, how we're gonna handle currently the admin issues. We're working right now to make sure that there's proper classroom areas available for the start of school next year, and that things are in place. Because we're already, in certain schools facing very tight spaces where they're going to get 1-2 teachers just for the fall. And these schools are between 85-90% full right now. And so we're talking with principals and ensuring that they're going to have proper classroom space. And of course, working with the demographer and the school admin data that's provided regularly to provide recommendations on future growth options and look at land options, schools, district lines, and try to do so with minimal interruption to the current student location and of course redistricting. We want to have as a minimal impact on the lines where students go currently as possible. So that's the goal in that one. All right, the next one is to ensure all departmental areas of operations function within the most appropriate, cost-effective means possible. And, we do that continuously, but there are certain areas we want to emphasize. One is improve our transportation efficiency. It's very difficult in a county this size and this large, but as we begin the transloading in the fall, the easiest way to affect transportation efficiency is to take the same number of students and less buses, get buses off the road. That's the only real impact. And of course, the better our efficiency, the more state support we get. So that's going to help as we get 5 or 6 buses off the road this fall. And then as we, hopefully in the future begin to build schools and the density of our county increases in schools and all, and the routes, hopefully we can get shorter, look at bell times. So, transportation is one of our metrics that we're going to actually use in operations to actually show the increase, hopefully in the next few years. Other items we'll do, continue to look at our HVAC and maximize our energy savings. There's always to maintain the proper in-house personnel versus contractor balance. I think that's very important in taking care of your equipment and planning for the future. And really put an emphasis, I'm trying to get in our department this year to monitor cost per student data. You can look at that in a lot of ways. You can look at that in work orders. You can look at it in custodial use of product, things like that. So we're really going to start using that as a tool in the next few years. All right, our next is to continue to prioritize student safety through security updates, programs, and ongoing training. And I'm real proud of where our safety program has come from being almost non-existent 5 years ago, maybe, in the term you were here before, to now we have a really strong safety program. We've continued to grow it, modernize it. We do a lot of annual inspections, a lot of walkthroughs, we do unannounced lockdowns. We have a lot of things in place that are done each year. We feel like that'll continue to grow our program, and we're always looking to implement new items and programs that will strengthen our school safety. And we're really emphasizing it in any new construction that'll be happening. All right, the next is to ensure all operations meet the needs of a diverse population of students and staff. So in the bond that we've done, we really did a lot of improvements in athletics, and they were needed. And I think that our athletics are probably as strong, certainly for any school district our size in the state. I would match up with anybody. But we want to make sure that we look at all student needs. We're putting an emphasis now on arts, fine arts, science, any other curriculums, student needs, playground issues, EC areas, that we want to make sure from top to bottom that we're giving all students the same chance and the same opportunities and facilities that they all deserve. All right, and lastly, we want to maintain all areas of facilities to meet increasing governing and regulatory requirements. And it gets worse each year as far as what we have to go by, as far as we know we have a tough fire marshal department that we have to go by, but we have DPI insurances inspections that have gotten a lot tighter. We have safety requirements in new construction that have gotten a lot tighter. Lead paint and asbestos is an emphasis coming up in the next year that they're going to do inspections on throughout the county. And there's a lot of preparation, record keeping, and paperwork that has to be done so that when these people come in the door, that there's no findings. We're in good shape. We know our areas. We know we're informing people of any danger points, and we're taking care of things. And so as that increases, we just want to make sure that we're keeping up with all the requirements.
And I guess, I don't know, I keep coming back to how do you measure this? Ensure all operations meet the needs of a diverse population of students and staff. Well, at the end of, you can tell me at the end of the next year, how did you do that?
Yeah,
so, I'm just saying, there's not really anything written out here as far as how to determine, like up here where you've got ensure all departmental operations function with the most appropriate cost-effective means possible. Well, somewhere you might want to put transportation, because that's the only thing back here on this goal 5.1. Well, you got transportation, but you don't have transportation mentioned over here. So as far as a rubric, you're looking at this metric, you say transportation efficiency rating, but it's not even listed on these action items, specifically.
Specifically.
So maybe,
yeah,
and then if there's a way you could, and if you can notate maybe with some kind of little mark like the metrics on the back page, because I'm just sitting here thinking I didn't even think about, if I was just reading this, I'm like, okay, great, and then I close it up. If that metric, I might not even look at the metric. Because I didn't even look at it when I was studying it. Because I was doing it,
That's a very good
some
point.
of these things that are on here, like findings, audits of findings, or audits with findings. So what would those audits be?
Financial audit.
Financial audits.
Financial
Okay,
audits.
so that would be the financial audit. So that would, probably should be earmarked.
In the action item specifically mention what we're going to use as a metric.
Right.
Where they put the metrics on the back.
Right, since the metric is matching up with one of those
I agree
items.
with that.
So
I didn't realize they were back there to start with.
And then the diverse population, just put in parentheses, the arts, the
Right,
science
specific,
lab.
specific.
And things were, some things I mentioned.
Yeah, because you mentioned some
Right.
great things.
So look at this, like,
Because I didn't, that one there with the diverse population of students, I had no clue what you were talking about. Can I make a recommendation on some wording potentially?
in the document.
Can we, would it make more sense to say to ensure all operations,
Oh,
or to ensure operations meet
Have all of them.
the requirements for a diverse program offering? Isn't that what we're talking about?
Right, we're talking about all areas of interest for all students.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
we started putting in
Needs of the diverse.
50,000 a year in our capital to put in to improve fine arts. And we meet with
Yeah.
Jason Seip and his group, and you know, we make a priority list and how we can improve these areas and strengthen them each year.
Or maybe ensure all operations meet the needs of students and staff to include, or I don't know, just some of the specific things. I don't know.
Well, sometimes you don't have
You
to have
know
a,
exactly, but
sometimes the metric for measurement can be artifacts. It doesn't necessarily have to be data that you're collecting. So for instance, when we're talking about meeting the needs of a diverse population of students, if we have to make some changes to the high school science classrooms based on a change in DPI requirements, we could snap some pictures of the changes that we made and how much it cost and the timeline that we provided it. And that could be an artifact that proves that we're providing that. Sometimes you're trying to do things better, but there's not a clear number you can put to it. It has to be sort of evidence or artifacts that you're doing.
When you say that, when you reference the metric artifact?
I mean, you could say that, yes. That could be on the metrics, that could be evidence and artifacts to be created. It's just documentation that you're doing what you said you were gonna do. It's just, there's not like a clear, it's not like saying we're gonna have audits with no findings. You know, that's like, which again, that's also evidence, but it's a number too.
well, and like the growth trends, obviously the report that we just got for the projected growth, I mean, that probably should be added in there because they're going to say, well, what kind of growth you got? Well, in 10 years, we got to have this amount of schools and all that.
A little more detail.
Right, just a little
in
more
the action items.
to explain more specifically.
Okay. All right. That it?
Thank you.
I was gonna recommend we move number 4 to the top. I think it's the most important one. I don't think we should lose it down.
3, 4. Prioritize student safety. Okay. All right. Thank you.
And that brings us
Lunchtime.
strategic priority number 4.
Always put me between them and lunch.
That's how we get fewer questions, Miss Rosie. Trap them, you know. No, I'm joking.
I've got some grapes and
We
cheese.
always
I can
left
pass
Mr.
them
Foster
around.
to the end, now we just leave her to the end. It's the same thing,
We're an
yeah,
equal opportunity
Yeah,
employer when it
that's
comes to the HR department.
that's right.
Two worst places to be are right before lunch, right after lunch.
Well, I will try to get you to lunch as quickly as possible, but I'm very excited about these goals, which we have rebranded Talent Development in Brunswick County. So the next 3 goals underneath Talent Development take a 3-pronged approach to to placing the most effective teachers, leaders, and support staff in our schools. The emphasis in all 3 goals here will be on effectiveness of the staff that we have, recruiting effective staff, then building capacity, especially leadership capacity in them, and then recognizing and rewarding our most effective employees so that we keep them here in Brunswick County. So as I go just a little bit deeper into each of the 3 goals, we look for opportunities to connect our talent development priorities to our budget requests that you'll see reflected in the budget, the proposed budget for next year, to ensure that both our funding and our goals and our daily work is all moving towards the same purpose. Our metrics will heavily reflect retention data, as we know that consistent quality leadership in the classroom and in the school buildings is key to our students having academic success. So looking at 4.1, this goal examines how we can recruit and retain effective employees in all categories to Brunswick County. So it starts with looking at an effective carefully planned recruitment calendar where we're attending events, going out and visiting schools that consistently produce good quality candidates. And that we're trying to shift our focus from not just the numbers that we're getting out of schools, but the quality of the teachers that we're getting from there. As well. We want to be able to offer our prospective candidates a very competitive salary, supplements, and benefits package that includes things like housing discounts. We've been working to build out housing partnerships for rental apartment complexes and developments in the area, as well as some wellness perks and support for continuing education. Once we get people here, again, we want to continue to develop them into more and more effective teachers and staff. We want to drastically expand our current internship program to connect more students and our graduates and our community members with opportunities to serve and learn in our local schools. So that includes our operations department, and one of the things we're looking to do is how can we connect whether it's current students or graduates with our operations department to start to expand our internship opportunities in those areas as well, since we do offer a very competitive benefits package, especially for those specialized areas. We want to use our internship opportunities for teachers and for our operations side in tandem with our college site visits and our scholarship programs to try to increase the diversity of our professional workforce in the district. And then for classified staff, we would like to recommend a salary study to ensure that we can fill our classified positions with quality staff that are well compensated for the work that they're doing for us right now, and also increase the transparency of our current pay plan. Finally, we want to, for goal 4.1, we want all new Brunswick County school employees to have a personalized induction experience that answers all their questions, puts their minds at ease, and helps them feel very prepared and organized for their to start their new position. Just a few numbers last year, just looking back over the rolling 12-month period, we hired about 200 certified staff last year, 100 classified staff, 180 substitutes, and 14 administrators last year. So all in all, we're looking at about an induction process or experience for about 500 employees is what we would be taken off as we seek to bring this back into like a face-to-face, at least have an option for a face-to-face induction and welcome. And the bulk of those would be at the start of the school year, but we noticed that right now we're hiring 12 months out of the year. There's not really a slow season anymore.
So do you get everybody on the bus and take them to Odell Williamson like you used to do?
We're thinking we have them at the coast, and we have our finance people come and talk to them about their salary. We have our benefits folks come and talk to them about benefits. Curriculum can speak to where they go to curriculum resources, and just having everybody that specializes in their areas come in to support and answer those questions.
They used to take
and
everybody.
Try to connect them so they know when I leave here, these are the people I'll talk to next at my school.
Some of the things you mentioned up front, providing discount housing or that kind of stuff, certainly couldn't wait until the induction meeting. So I'm wondering about an employment package.
So we already have a housing partnership agreement that anytime we have employees that reach out, like as soon as a person is recommended by their principal to our HR specialist for a position, our HR specialist reaches out to them by phone or by email and starts to talk to them about the process, how they can assist them. We write letters on a weekly basis for people looking to secure a loan for a bank that says that they're being recommended for this position. This is about what the salary would be for that position, so that they can help start the process of trying to secure housing. And so we have a housing flyer that goes out with them that lists every apartment complex that we've worked with so far.
You do that through email?
We do. We have, both. We have hard copies that go out in their letters, and then we also can send it through email as well. And we take it to our job fairs with us. So as we're going to job fairs and recruiting people are looking to come down, we say we already have these discounts available. We have apartment complexes that are doing things like waiving deposits or application fees, giving a 3 to 5% discount on monthly rent, as well as some builders and some of the newer complexes around here that are starting to offer things like money towards upgrades and things like that. So we're looking. We started that list and we're looking to grow it as long as we can. because we hear the number one barrier to not just us, but public service jobs in general is affordable housing in the area. Any questions about or 4.1?
Yeah, I 4.1, yeah. So I was going to recommend that we incorporate expand the diversity of certified and non-certified workforce into the first bullet point. When we could say something like, so we get rid of 3, and we could say implement a formal recruitment plan for a diverse and highly qualified staff of teachers, classified staff, and support staff.
I like the way that reads.
And then, we're connecting the diversity goal with the highly qualified goal.
Agreed.
So this plan will be in writing?
Which, the recruitment plan?
The first bullet.
Yes, but it will change every year.
I realize that, so it's an annual plan.
For how we go about recruiting, where we're going, how we're spending our recruitment.
Should we say that?
Implement
That the recruitment plan, the formal annual recruitment plan, or whatever.
So.
Yeah, I see that almost as an artifact in support of that too, that we can provide.
Right.
And that'll give us the flexibility to adjust it year to year.
You're going to implement it, so that means you already have it. I mean, you already have that plan laid out.
We do.
I mean, so I'm saying to implement, you already.
So this year we went to about 16 different schools, but again, it changes every year based on what where enrollment, where we're getting results.
And the salary study, is that done in-house or is that done?
So the previous one that we did was not. We contracted with an outside company to do that, and then we updated or aligned our internal pay plan, classification and pay plan with their findings.
So is that every year we're going to do that, or we just do that like a one-time?
No, like in the last strategic plan, 5-year span, we did it once. And then we have made adjustments like we do on an ongoing basis if we see the need to increase salaries because, like bus driver salary because the surrounding county did or something like that, we can always up it from there. But it gives us a good kind of environmental scan across our region.
Since we just did a
So it would be
classified
done-
salary study not that long ago.
I would say, so would it be towards the end of,
It would
I
be
mean,
down
it'd be
the line,
within
I
that
guess.
within that time of the plan, within that 5 years. Mhm.
We just fully implemented the one you guys did like in 2019 or something.
It's only about 5 years old.
This personalized induction experience, you said, was it this year we're going to have 500 people that would need that?
Well, if we look backward this past year, we had about 500 total. Not all of those, I think we had probably, I mean, you've seen the personnel report, so what, maybe
Yeah.
30 to 40 each month,
Yeah.
and then the bulk of them in the summer.
Do you
So how does that differ from what we're doing now?
So currently, since we went through the pandemic and everything had to be moved online, currently it stayed online since that time. So when an employee's hired and they come to us, they get that welcome phone call or email from their hiring specialist, their HR specialist, and then at that point everything's pushed out through the online platform. Some people prefer that. And some people like to sit down in front of someone face to face and go through theirs. I'm the face to face person. I always like that approach better. But they would come in and get to answer questions from the person in person about their salary or benefits or how do I go about signing up for certain insurances or something like that. But answering questions specific to their contract, their benefits, their position, and who are their contacts at their school. So trying to bridge the gap between when you're recommended for hire online and you show up face to face that first day in the school, trying to bridge that with a more personalized experience, so they feel like they know where to go and what to expect when they're hired.
Do you see that as being much of an investment of manpower?
Over the summer, yes. Over the summer, it would require some additional manpower for the big one or 2 day. experience for the ones on a monthly basis, what I thought, and again, I had this spelled out in about 3 pages. They told me to cut it down, that I had this much space to work with. But we were looking at HR perhaps offering 2 induction days per month, 1 face-to-face and 1 virtual, like through a Zoom or Google Meet, and so the employees could choose which one was more comfortable to them.
Yeah. Okay. I like that, because that's one of the things I've heard from like new teachers and stuff. We're a big geographical county, and so instead of just like, hey, show up at your school on day 1, it's like meet Mr. Cole and all that kind of stuff, and it just makes it more personable. So you're not just a number in a large county like this.
And we would probably most likely break it up like a certified day and classified day, just due to sheer volume.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a specific induction for new teachers?
Yes, so if they are within their first 3 years, whether they're coming out of college or coming from the business world, they do go through something separate that's very intensive for the new teachers. It's 3 days every day plus 2 days of school-based work, so five days total really for your beginning teachers coming out of college, and 10 for those coming from private industry into teaching. We spend 10 days with them prior to the first teacher work day.
Right.
We've had really good feedback from that, so this is sort of along that same vein, but more compacted and streamlined for the volume of people that we have. Because we usually have about, it's been 45, right around 45 people in the beginning teacher in the summer. And so that's a pretty good number for what we do there. But if we're talking about, hundreds, we'd have to rework it a little bit, but we could do it and do a good job with it.
Goal 2.
Right. So goal 4.2 focuses on recognizing and rewarding the staff that are highly effective in their areas. We know from decades of research that the most influential people on a student's success, number 1 is the classroom teacher, and followed second by the principal of the school building. And we know that their ability to learn is dependent upon them being nourished, getting to school consistently and on time, and walking into school buildings that are clean and safe for learning. So, the classified operations side plays a huge part in that success as well. So in order for our schools to reach this high level, we need to be able to retain our effective employees, not just get them there, but actually retain them and to motivate them to continue to grow. And so a major focus of this goal is growth for all staff. We want to provide leadership development for our most effective employees so that we create a pipeline in which our most effective employees are the ones teaching and training and bringing into the fold our new hires. And then once we get our employees that are performing at a high level, we want to keep them by keeping a very supportive workplace culture that's reinforced by a strong compensation package, so they're not leaving us for perks or salary or supplements other places. And we want specifically our compensation package to reward both excellence and loyalty to the school system as well. And in addition to monitoring and learning from our current teacher working condition survey results, which just came out, we propose developing a local working condition survey of our classified workforce. Even a number of years we're getting that information from teachers, and then an odd number of years we're getting it from our classified staff as well, so we can focus on improving their working conditions too.
Okay, let me ask, how do you measure high performing? What does that include? Is that scores? Is that,
It could be scores, for our teachers we have EVOS data for a lot of them. We have some other metrics at the elementary level. We have their annual evaluation, so all of our employees are getting an evaluation, and we would like to see those that are consistently receiving high marks in their annual evaluations being entered into like a leadership development program and we want part of this to be a growth pathway too.
Because I would hope all of our staff are high performing.
They're not.
I know that, but that's what, so that's the goal by 2029 that we're going to fully implement to reward high performing, but what about the, I don't know.
Well, for those we want to help coach them and train them and hold them accountable for showing improvement to get to that level, or at least, to get to our minimum expectations for staff, which
So what does the performance recognition program and the formal service recognition program look like? What is that? What would the,
Well, that's what we would develop together, because currently it doesn't exist. We would like to bring back service recognition at certain intervals, like historically, you get a pin or whatever your token was for making it to, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, but the research now shows that our
Not
brand new
that long.
employees aren't even thinking about those numbers, that we need to be recognizing them at 3 months, 6 months, a year, 3 years, 5 years. That's where the focus of that is. Now, I still think we need to recognize people that have been loyal for a long time, certainly. But we need to increase the frequency that we are recognizing and rewarding the service of our new employees.
Yeah, that you could set up a systematic scale to do that too, or a systematic rubric.
And so part of our budget request this year that you'll see is a very small amount. I think we were requesting like $5,000 just to get that started and to try to start to build out what it could look like. And then once we...
Just take the board staff development money and use it for that.
And then you asked about the performance recognition program too. Currently, the state does, they do some, performance bonuses, like $50 bonuses for every student that earns a credential or that earns, validates an exam. And so we could build out our own local incentives for what's important to us. What do we want to see out of a step after? What do we consider to be highly effective? And we could align that with what our priorities are for our teaching staff. So I think that's a future conversation. For today, it's just acknowledging that that's a priority and something that we think would be a good return on investment.
I mean, it's good to acknowledge it, but this is what we're doing. This is what we want to do. So I'm just saying we need to have, I don't know, I feel like when you look at this whole thing, what is our job? Student outcomes. How much of that plan is devoted to student outcomes? 1, 2, 3 goals. The rest of it is operations. I'm just saying, I'm not saying, but we're focusing on staff and all that. That's great. But student outcomes is what we're all about. And I know all these things are building into that, but
then there's going to be a byproduct of the quality of the teachers that we have in these classrooms.
Well, I mean, but there's
we're I don't know. I just have a problem with some of this.
percent of CTE concentrators, percent of work-based learning opportunities, percent of credential attainment, graduation rate, absenteeism certainly. I mean, like all of these things contribute to student success. We do have student success metrics, but then when you're trying to find a specific measure to make sure that something is happening that is directly related to student success, you kind of have to have that metric specific to whatever it is that action is. And
well, the teacher is the first step for the student success. I mean, the teacher is, you can't do it without the teachers.
Sure.
So, to recognize and reward high-performing staff, I understand we want to do that, but what about the rest of the teachers? I mean, they're not all high-performing, so I'm not saying we're not doing something for them too, but I'm just saying we're focusing on recognizing the high-performing ones, but we need to also
motivate.
we need to.
Yeah, I think that's something that's going to come in through 1.1 and 1.2 through the professional development that we provide teachers that will prepare them to excel in these areas. So I think that's kind of that's the everybody part of the plan to give students the support they need for us to meet or exceed growth at every school and increase proficiency.
And like on these goals, it's like I know we've already done the 1.1, but when you go back to 2029, 100% of Brunswick County schools will meet or exceed growth. Well, where are we now? I mean, how are we going to measure that? We're going to say, okay, so now we're at 70%. Is it back there?
Yes.
Okay,
We've
it's
got
back there.
And I made a note that we will add the metrics. We'll have it because I think it is good just to have the one overview for us as a plan response, but then we'll make the recommendation to put the metrics on each page as well with that, so it'll be in both places.
And some of the things like to have every student be on or above grade level. I mean, somewhere, maybe that's in here somewhere, but
that's a difficult problem to solve because it's easy to point out successes and things like that. It reminds me a little bit of I used to have a rubric where I was going to pat people on the back at least 6 times a year so I could keep up with it. And then I had trouble coming up with positive things to say to them when they weren't doing a great job. You know, so it was hard to say anything other than your hair looked nice today. Put that in their teacher box, you know. But, or things like, thanks for being in the hall for hall duty.
Right.
You know, that was kind of generic, but again, I did appreciate that. But like Catherine, it is hard to come up with things that say positive for people who might not be doing the greatest job, but you want to encourage them, you know, just like those folks.
If they're willing to grow and to learn and to take the feedback, we'll work with those all day long.
Right.
But we do want to, we feel like teachers have been through a tough time where there's a lot that's asked of them, and they're working hard to try to meet those expectations, but the ones that are consistently doing it well, we do want to highlight the work and the effectiveness that they've shown for us.
So, where then do we address? So here, our goal here, this goal is to recognize and reward high-performing staff, certified and classified. Okay.
Yes.
Where do we address the ones that aren't high-performing? I guess that's what's one of the things Catherine is asking. So, for example,
professional development.
4.3, I think when we get to 4.3, we start talking about professional development for those folks.
I mean, do we want to
First,
say that we're going
Beginning
to
teacher.
coach or get rid of people that aren't high performing in the strategic plan? I mean,
well, I
So
think,
that's what we work with.
you know what I
our
mean?
high
I mean,
school
that goes
on.
without saying to me, but maybe we do need to say it.
I mean, whether we say it or not, or how we say it, I think it's debatable. But it's not debatable that it has to be addressed in a proactive way that's going to, yield results.
Sure.
For kids.
Well, it says 2020, recruit, retain, and retain highly effective.
I have a
staff.
question
They're
about
effective.
professional development, because a lot of times I see it come out, professional development's this day and, these 2 days, and here are all these classes. And it's like people just get to choose whatever they want.
I can talk about that a little bit.
It seems like people who aren't achieving growth, who aren't doing well, should be told which professional development they're going to take.
Yeah, so we do have required professional development, although what you're seeing is the list of them, they are required based on their job for certain ones. So if you go into some of those descriptions, it will say required for all middle school language arts teachers. You just have to kind of open it up. What you're seeing is just the list. If you go into where they say, and then also too, we've actually been discussing what happens if someone doesn't. But on top of that,
If they don't
show up
Oh.
when it's required, so there are consequences for that. The other thing is we do have, which we cannot get in the details here, is we have employees who are on monitored plans. And that's done individually based on the need, and there will be required activities in the monitor plans, and then that's part of their formal evaluation process. So we have an internal system to address those needs that's supported through HR if it has to go there after, at the conclusion of the plan, if there's not the improvement.
Should we be saying that?
Yeah, I'm just.
Well, I mean, that's the system is there. The system has to be used by the principals.
Right.
I mean, that's what it comes down to. So it doesn't have to be created. It's already there. It just has to be used.
Yeah.
So I come back to my question. Do we want to specifically say those that are not performing at a certain level will be provided with monitored to full action plans in order to reach high quality status, or does that go without saying?
I think we could have a goal or an action plan that we want to reduce the number of staff on monitored plans, and we can have a metric that targets the reduction of that. Pardon?
We probably need to be careful with that because you want people on a plan that need to be on a plan, and you can't guarantee when you hire people that when you're saying reducing, we could have to.
Well, one of the ways you reduce it is you fire them.
Yeah, but we may need to increase the number of people on monitored growth plans because our principals are understanding and carrying out the existing process with better fidelity.
Okay, so how do we address the people? How do we let the public know, for example, in our plan that we have, action items or goals for for.
How about on
I
goal?
think
You, do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
I think it's something that is important. I
On
think
4.2, we could put a statement in about accountability for all staff, and I think that's what we're addressing, is that they have personal accountability.
Maybe it should be 4.3.
Well, that's
I was gonna
just,
say under 4.3, you've got a
it's just
robust
but
beginning
this is only
teacher
beginning
plan.
teachers.
Yeah, that's mainly
Right,
just
but-
for beginning teachers.
But
No,
it could also
My
be,
monitor
I'm just
plans
saying
as a principal
4.4
were
or
only
whatever.
with.
well, we recognize and reward high performing staff and offer needed supports for
Right.
monitored for those on monitored
Okay.
plans or something.
Well,
I
we
mean,
have something under 4.2, about midway down, fourth from the bottom, develop a performance recognition program. We could also add something in there that talks about our performance evaluation system. Supplement our performance evaluation system with,
I mean, I
coaching.
I
with
think
ongoing PD and yeah.
I think we can talk about this. I mean, I personally feel like it fits better under 4.1. We're talking about actively recruiting,
effective.
retaining highly effective staff. We're also talking about not retaining staff that aren't highly effective
Right.
or moving in that direction.
Good
I mean,
idea.
Mhm.
So I mean,
wherever you put it, I
That's
think
where-
it,
I think it fits better there, and
Yeah,
it's really trying to figure out an action step and a metric where it holds us and the principal is accountable for improving the rigor of the evaluation system.
Yeah.
That's what it is. The level of expectation and then the rigor of it.
right.
Because it's one of those things that when you make that change, when you raise the level of expectation, initially you're probably going to have more teachers going on monitored growth plans.
Right.
But then eventually,
It's like changing curriculum, right?
right, that's right. That's exactly. You change the curriculum, typically your test scores go down the
Right.
first year until you get a better handle on how to use the tool.
Right.
And then it should start progressively going up. It really is. It's the same
The
thing.
inverse of that. Yeah.
well, and if you got the implement a formal recruitment plan, supports that, and
Y'all
offer
bring us something
consistent,
back on that.
I don't know,
Okay.
consistent training or something, some
For
consistent
support
development,
for-
consistent.
He said, bring something back.
Well, like the beginning teachers, it says,
Yeah,
you know, real-time support,
We can
real-time
talk about
stuff.
that.
I'll
And
draft
fit it
something
under
for that one.
4.1.
something.
I'll drop something for that one. So we have to work 4.3 now.
Yep, last one.
All right. So this goal is designed to help Brunswick County get out in front of our changing demographics in our teacher workforce and support the growing number of brand new teachers in our classrooms with students. Our action steps here aim to anticipate the challenges that new teachers will face and provide the support in advance of them encountering these obstacles. We need to be able to provide real-time support and mentoring for these beginning teachers right when it's needed, so they learn through their experiences. We really want them to feel the support and rather than the frustration of a difficult day in the classroom or a lesson that didn't go well. So the focus is on the real-time support. This goal also expands the support for alternatively licensed teachers. So those are coming in to us with emergency license or limited license or through the residency pathway. Out of our current, about 170 beginning teachers, about a third of them are residency licensed. So they're coming with no student teaching background, no history as a substitute teacher or anything to do with classroom management or how to effectively plan a lesson. And so the focus of these goals will be to provide just-in-time support coupled with a more robust intentional system of support for our residency licensed teachers.
Okay, so RLT means.
Residency license, just be a lateral entry.
Maybe you should spell that out for the general public. I wouldn't know that.
Yeah, okay.
And BT, I mean, I know it's beginning teachers, but I know it's under
Yeah, I'll spell these out.
too many acronyms.
We
Or
are-
whatever
we
you
are
call
known
them,
for
not
that.
acronyms, what do you call them?
Reviews.
Well, yeah, what they are.
Okay. Any other questions on 4.3?
So with the current layout, Molly, you were pointing out putting the metrics on each page. How would that work? And just
I'm trying to get a meeting scheduled for all of our updates, so we'll work on that as a team. And then basically just at the bottom, for example, 1.1, we'll just pull down the pictures, adjust those a little bit, and then put the metrics that would be there, but there's two for that one.
Cause I like the actual design with the pictures and stuff, so I don't wanna like,
Yeah, maybe we'll just try to do a
Super
little
board.
table at the
Yeah.
bottom, measured by, and then something, details on back or something.
Like a star or something and saying
Yeah.
whatever.
So just
Yeah,
like,
that's been a little confusing, so.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask something? I meant to, and we got off of it, and I forgot. Back under goal 3.1, next to the last bullet point. I just don't know how that thing just does not read right. I don't understand these parenthetical kind of thoughts in here. We want to improve communication with parents and community. Is that what we're talking about here?
Yes, improve district communications by utilizing new platforms and conducting department audit. I mean, I think
What is a
it could.
department audit in that regard?
I mean,
The
it's
efficiency and effectiveness of the communications department, so that would be judged by individuals using that survey to tell me how I'm doing and what areas I can improve on.
Okay, but so when the final product will not have these parenthetical entries.
we can remove those.
Yeah, I think we should,
Just
or
put-
either put them into the text.
Improve district communications, period.
With parents,
I mean,
with parents and in the
with parents.
community.
I mean, we need more space on that page.
And that would be by conducting department audits.
Yeah,
Correct.
or just replace it with survey.
Yeah.
Improve
Okay.
district communications through new platforms and
Such as Parent
and
Square
conduct
Remind.
and audit
Yeah.
and audits. I don't know.
And we could remove the.
and conducting a department survey. Or surveys, yeah.
Yeah.
Or
So either we're
conducting-
gonna do one or we're gonna do multiple. I see what Mr. Gaines is saying,
Improve district communications by
and it's really a department of one.
That's
But,
right.
Yeah, okay.
Anything else?
So that's it? Nobody else has anything? All right,
All right.
motion to adjourn.
So moved.